Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 9 of What If I Was Reborn in the Naruto world as Obito Uchiha with the Universal Gamer System. Let the tale begin. Chapter 161, Deidara, the Avid Learner. Itachi naturally understood Obito's implication. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't use the Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities. Shursui, standing nearby, asked curiously. Speaking of which, Itachi, what's the ability you awakened? Itachi smiled faintly, his voice calm as he uttered a single word. Secret. Shursui glanced at Itachi, then at his cousin, and huffed. You too, carrot. Obito pulled a few sets of clothes from his Kamui dimension, grinning. Ha ha, alright, enough chit-chat. Get yourselves cleaned up. It's rare for me to return to Konoha. I'll give you a few days off, make sure to rest properly. Shursui took the clothes, looking satisfied. That's more like it. Staying with Meitarumi every day has been driving me insane. Itachi picked up on the key point with a raised eyebrow. Staying with that woman? Shursui froze, his expression stiffening. It's not what you think. We're just roommates, that's all. Obito patted Shursui's shoulder with a laugh. Alright, no need to explain. Those who get it, get it. He glanced at the two of them before saying, I've got some errands to run, so I'll head back to the village first. You two haven't seen each other in a while, you can catch up on the way. Shursui gave him an okay gesture. Sure thing, cousin. You go ahead. Itachi nodded slightly. Goodbye. Konoha. Obito hadn't been home for long. Just as he was preparing to grab his tent and visit Rin for a card game, a figure suddenly appeared beside him with a swoosh. Whoa! Startled, Obito flinched, accidentally tossing the tent aside. The silver-haired man next to him reacted quickly, catching the tent midair and examining it with curiosity. What's this? Snatching the tent back, Obito huffed. Something you won't be needing. What do you want, Kakashi? And stop randomly using Flying Thunder God, it nearly gave a handsome guy a heart attack. Kakashi, somewhat exasperated, replied. Of course I have business with you. I sensed you were back in Konoha, so I teleported right over. Obito raised an eyebrow. And what's so urgent? Grabbing Obito's hand, Kakashi spoke cryptically. It's hard to explain right now. Just come with me. I'll explain everything once we get there. With their hands joined, the two disappeared in a flash. When Obito came to his senses, he realized they were in Kakashi's house. Memories of unpleasant incidents flooded his mind. Clutching his chest warily, Obito asked. Kakashi, why did you bring me here? You're not planning anything, are you? Kakashi? Before Kakashi could retort, a warm voice came from behind them. Obito, it's been a long time. You've grown so tall. Hearing the familiar voice, Obito froze. Slowly turning around, he looked over with disbelief. SSH, Sakumo? The next second, a black, spinning shuriken appeared in his eye, exuding a menacing aura. I've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and I still keep getting caught in illusions? Obito's gaze turned cold, the shuriken in his eye spinning faster. Sensing the tension, Kakashi quickly intervened. Obito, this isn't an illusion. My father, he's really been resurrected. Resurrected? Obito's oppressive demeanor faltered. Suddenly, he recalled a reward he'd been denied recently. No way. Deactivating his Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito swallowed hard and asked. What's going on? Sakumo spoke up calmly. Let me explain. After Sakumo's detailed explanation, Obito's eyes lit up with realization. The missing piece in his mind had finally been restored. Ah, so that's how it is. Uchiha Setsuna. Heh! Sakumo smiled at Obito. Obito, I wouldn't have been resurrected if it weren't for you. Scratching his head awkwardly, Obito chuckled. Though his cousin had made some questionable choices, she hadn't gone too far. For now, Obito decided to let it slide, but her past deeds wouldn't be forgotten. I'll deal with her later, Obito thought to himself. Land of Stone. Nestled between the land of Earth and the land of Wind, this chaotic, lawless country was a haven for criminals and bounty hunters alike. What a perfect place for artistic creation, Sasori remarked. Though it's a shame there aren't any suitable materials. Deidara, happily molding clay, nodded in agreement. This place is great. I'm having a blast. Not far off, a group of bounty hunters looked on with darkened expressions. These two idiots are ignoring us? Damn it, let's teach them a lesson. Yeah. Their heads are worth months of fine wine. Kisame hefted Samahata, grinning wickedly. You lot seem to be ignoring me as well. Deidara stepped forward, holding Kisame back. Kisame, Sasori-senpai, leave these guys to me, Kisame raised an eyebrow. Oh? Little Deidara wants to. Deidara nodded enthusiastically. That's right. I want to test out a new technique I've developed, Everyone knew that Deidara was a diligent learner, constantly inspired by those around him. From puppet-based explosive clay techniques to snake-style C4 creations, Deidara's creativity knew no bounds. And now, he had developed a new skill inspired by a certain Uchiha. Explosive clay, femme fatale detonation. Chapter 162, The Current State of Your Members. Explosion! Several delicate and alluring clay replicas were spat out with a pop, pop, pop by Deidara. While they lacked color and clothing, their faces, figures, and charm were undeniably impressive. After all, Deidara was something of an expert when it came to sculpting figurines. What the hell are these creepy things? The bounty hunters were utterly dumbfounded as they stared at the group of naked, porcelain-like figures. Stay sharp, everyone. Don't let your guard. Snap. Ships, damn it. Boom. 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 The beautiful girls, shy to the point of explosion, literally detonated, wiping out over a dozen hunters in one go. Dusting off his hands, Deidara smirked smugly. Too easy. Kisame grinned savagely, shaking his head. Ha, a bunch of overconfident fools. Unknown nobodies, daring to target the bounties on the three of them? These people valued money more than their own lives, what a joke. Scornfully eyeing the corpses, Sasori showed no interest in collecting any materials. Let's move. We need to finish the mission, I still need fresh resources for my collection. The trio continued on their way. As they walked, Sasori broke the silence, speaking pensively. By the way, do you believe what the leader said when he founded the Yoro organization? About bringing peace to the ninja world? Kisame's grin turned oddly warm. Yeah, I believe in Obito. Deidara rolled his eyes. Sasori-senpai, asking Kisame that question is pointless. Whatever the leader says, he believes it. Sasori considered it for a moment and had to admit Deidara was right. So, he turned to Deidara instead. What about you, Deidara? Do you believe in the leader's words? Shrugging, Deidara replied casually. Of course not. I think he's just making it up as he goes. What we do every day, sure, it's fun, but how does any of it relate to peace? Tilting his head thoughtfully, he added. If you ask me, the leader's no different from us, he's just a guy who loves stirring up chaos. That's probably why his artistic ideals align with mine so well. Sasori neither agreed nor disagreed, merely shaking his head. I think our leader genuinely plans to reshape the ninja world. He might actually be using us as tools for a larger purpose. Behind them, a pale figure, as white as if it had been dead for 3 days, stealthily emerged from the ground. Oh dear, Uchiha Obito isn't here? What rotten luck. Land of Iron. A snowy country bordering the lands of fire, Taki, and rice fields. known for its samurai and harsh environment. Trudging through the snow, Haydn complained loudly. #Oh, hey, give me a break. Are we still walking? If we've come this far and still haven't found the target, I'm gonna lose it. Carrying a corpse over his shoulder, Kakuzu turned to glare at him coldly. Shut it. Keep whining like a brat, and I'll kill you. What did you just say? Haydn snapped, his irritation flaring. Kakuzu ignored him, continuing forward. After a while, boredom got the better of Haydn, and he resumed grumbling. Traveling with someone as dull as you ruins the mood. What's the point of having a partner if they're no fun? Kakuzu scoffed. We're on a mission, not a sightseeing trip. He lifted the corpse slightly, showing it to Haydn. If you've got so much energy, carry this for a while. No way! You're the one obsessed with money, carry it yourself. Haydn shot back, waving his hands defensively. Kakuzu's brow twitched, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Man, that annoyed look of yours really ticks me off, Haydn muttered. I went along with your side job, didn't I? The least you could do is listen to me vent. Kakuzu's temple throbbed as his patience wore thin. You call tagging along while I earn extra money a favor? Stop whining before I... Yeah. Let's just finish this mission already. Haydn cut in, waiting his scythe lazily. He suddenly grinned and leapt forward, swinging his scythe at Kakuzu. Kakuzu's hand turned black as he effortlessly caught the blade, staring at Haydn with icy eyes. Finally lost your cool, huh? Haydn taunted, licking his lips. Kakuzu released the weapon and resumed walking. Given the age difference, 69 years between them, Kakuzu decided to treat Haydn like an unruly grandson. It wasn't worth getting worked up over. Haydn, disappointed, called after him. Hey, seriously? That's it? Aren't you even a man? Kakuzu ignored him entirely, focusing only on his earnings. I don't have time to waste. Someday, when I've saved enough money and no longer take missions, I'll personally send you to the afterlife. Haydn scoffed, unconvinced. As if someone as greedy as you could ever save enough money. After leading the bounty exchange, Kakuzu was in a rare good mood. Noticing his bored grandson, he sighed and said, There's still some time before the deadline. I'll let you perform your little ritual. Haydn blinked, then broke into a wide grin. Kakuzu, you're not so bad after all. Admit it, you kinda like me, huh? Ha ha ha. Kakuzu's nerves tensed. Say that again, and I'll kill you. Ha! Don't be so shy. Haydn laughed. Behind them, another white Zetsu poked its head out of the snow, its expression as unpleasant as ever. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Seems like Uchiha Obito isn't here either. Chapter 163, Encounter with Uchiha Madara. Otogekure. Obito strolled out of the lab with a sour expression plastered on his face. He was deeply dissatisfied with the progress of his subordinate, Orochimaru. Orochimaru's such a letdown. Still hasn't finished refining the impure world reincarnation technique, Obito grumbled, his voice dripping with contempt. Damn it, dragging things out like this. He's just like those lazy authors in my past life. Always needing a push to get anything done. TSK, pathetic. As Obito muttered curses under his breath, a sudden unease washed over him. His instincts flared. He swiftly turned his gaze to a specific spot nearby. Huh? From the ground not far away, a shadowy figure began to emerge, half black, half white. What the? Black Zetsu? Why is it here? To find Orochimaru? No, it's more likely here for me. Obito tapped his fingers against his arm, his eyes glinting with intrigue. The greatest schemer in a millennium. The greatest calamity in the ninja world. And now, it's standing right in front of me. Of course, the thought of eliminating Black Zetsu did cross Obito's mind. How could it not? But after a moment of reflection, he dismissed the notion. First, he wasn't sure if he could completely erase Black Zetsu. Second, he was curious, what exactly did Black Zetsu want with him? Black Zetsu sauntered toward him, a wide grin plastered across its strange face. Uchiha Obito, right? You've been surprisingly difficult to track down. Obito shrugged, letting out a derisive snort. Strange creature. What do you want with me? Unperturbed by the insult, Black Zetsu kept smiling as it replied, Ah, I see you already know of my existence. That saves me quite a bit of explaining. It leaned in slightly. You've probably heard from Tsukumo Hatake that Madara-sama has been revived, haven't you? Obito nodded faintly, his disinterest evident. Mincham. Encouraged by the response, Black Zetsu continued, after learning of your deeds, Madara-sama became quite interested in you. He wishes to meet and talk with you. Obito raised an eyebrow in surprise. Madara wants to meet me? Black Zetsu nodded with a grin. You might find this hard to believe, but Madara-sama's lifelong pursuit has been peace for the ninja world. When he heard of a promising young man sharing his ideals, he was so thrilled that he burst into laughter. Obito couldn't help but sneer. Yeah, sure. Laughing because of me? More like it's his twisted hobby. As if I don't know about the Uchiha for Laughing Maniacs Club. For Uchiha members infamous for their uncontrollable laughter, Sasuke, Itachi, Madara, and, who was the last one? Obito couldn't recall. But Madara was definitely among them. After a moment of thought, under Black Zetsu's expectant gaze, Obito slowly nodded. Fine. I'll stay here for a few days. Go tell Madara I've agreed, and he can come see me. What does Madara want to talk about? Recruiting me as some prodigy of the younger generation? Obito thought it was a strong possibility. Black Zetsu. It had never seen someone so audacious. Seriously? Making your ancestor come to you? Is this even appropriate? Forcing a strained smile, Black Zetsu replied, You must be joking, Obito. Obito looked at it blankly. Who's joking? If Madara wants to talk to me, he should come here. Asking me to go to him is just plain rude. 3 rapid-fire rhetorical questions from Obito were like 3 slaps to Black Zetsu's face, leaving it utterly speechless. Its smile froze. Black Zetsu, usually so eloquent, found itself at a loss for words against Obito. Obito burst out laughing and reached out, patting Black Zetsu's shoulder with lightning speed. Ha ha ha. I'm kidding, of course. His hand landed, or rather, didn't. Black Zetsu's body was fluid-like, and Obito's hand passed right through it. TCH, slippery as ever. Obito clicked his tongue in annoyance, withdrawing his hand. Still, he couldn't deny the texture was oddly satisfying. Wait, stop. Not going there. Black Zetsu took a small step back, forcing a polite chuckle to mask its discomfort. Haha, you're quite the joker, Obito. Obito's expression hardened. What are you laughing at? Stop grinning like an idiot and lead the way already. Black Zetsu. I might not be human, but you're a complete jerk. In its thousands of years of existence, Black Zetsu had never met someone as absurd as Obito. Under Black Zetsu's guidance, Obito arrived at Madara's base. In the dimly lit corridor, Black Zetsu offered a helpful warning. Obito, Madara-sama has quite the temper. Be cautious not to say anything inappropriate. Obito rolled his eyes. Oh, please. What's he gonna do, attack me? If he does, great, I'd love to test the so-called rose of the battlefield. Laughable. Who's scared? With my Kamui, even the revived Uchiha Madara wouldn't dare underestimate me. Black Zetsu fell silent, its composure shattered by Obito's sheer audacity. After winding through the labyrinthine base, they reached an expansive hall. Standing there, hands behind his back, was a figure emanating sheer dominance, Uchiha Madara. The strongest of the Uchiha clan. A man who had once stood atop the ninja world. His black robes flowed with an air of effortless power, and even without moving, his oppressive aura filled the room. Obito took a deep breath. What terrifying pressure! As expected of Madara. Madara remained silent, and Obito seized the moment to scrutinize him. Madara's appearance was neither youthful nor aged, he looked to be in his 40s. Obito guessed his current physical condition was similar to his outward appearance. Good. He's not in peak form. That makes me feel even more confident, ha ha ha. As Obito studied Madara, Madara also observed Obito. This kid isn't bad. Even under my aura, he meets my gaze without faltering. As expected of an Uchiha. The two stared at each other, and gradually, the corners of their lips curved upward. The next moment, both bent over, roaring with laughter in unison. Ha 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 ha. Black Zetsu. Watching from the side, utterly excluded, Black Zetsu muttered to itself. I knew it. Madness runs in the Uchiha bloodline. Chapter 164, Do you want to dance too? Inside Uchiha Madara's base. Black Zetsu silently watched the two men laugh like maniacs. How long are they going to keep this up? Madara and Obito, laughing to death here, literally can't stop. 10 minutes later. The laughter gradually subsided, as if they had exchanged some sort of unspoken code. Madara's gaze toward Obito softened. This kid really reminds me of myself. Noticing Madara's increasingly peculiar expression, Obito couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Why does it seem like his gaze is the same as when someone looks at their grandchild? Unable to bear the unsettling stare, Obito shifted uncomfortably and finally spoke. Madara, I heard you wanted to meet me, so here I am. Madara didn't answer the question directly. Instead, he chuckled with interest. Oh? Meeting a legendary figure doesn't surprise you at all? Obito rolled his eyes dramatically. Really, Madara? You're seriously praising yourself like that? Besides, 720 episodes of Naruto. I've watched the series back and forth at least a dozen times. Your face? Seen it no less than 1,000 times. What reaction are you expecting from me? Forget you, I've seen more of my teachers than I care to, and they're not coming back anytime soon. If you really want an example, well, forget it. Obito scratched his spiky hair. Just get on with it already. Madara mirrored the motion, scratching his own spiky hair. Get on with what? Obito sighed. I don't know, maybe start by saying something? For example, introduce yourself, share your dreams and ambitions, convince me to work for you. Or should we just chit-chat about the Uchiha clan? Madara started laughing again. Ha ha ha, what an amusing brat. Fine, I'll tell you about my ideals. After his bout of laughter, Madara clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze turning profound. The world created by the Sage of Six Paths is a failure. It's filled with despair, pain, and emptiness. Humanity longs for peace, yet craves war. To protect something, sacrifices must always be made. In the end, the only legacy that survives is hatred. Do you agree with me? Obito shrugged noncommittally. For now, I'd say your points hold some merit. Keep talking, I want to hear the plan you came up with. Madara closed his eyes and hummed softly. The longer you live, the clearer the truth becomes, the real world is hell. I intend to create a new world that transcends it all. With infinite Tsukuyomi, I will forge a world of only victors, only peace, a utopia of love and dreams. The Eye of the Moon plan is the only way to bring everlasting peace to this world. After Madara's passionate speech, Obito feigned shock, pretending to be deep in thought. Judging by the way things looked, Madara had been thoroughly brainwashed by Black Zetsu and completely believed in his plan. This could get tricky, Obito mused. If he were to tell Madara right now that the faith he'd dedicated his life to was nothing more than a pawn in someone else's game. That the creature he thought was the embodiment of his will had been manipulating him all along. This old guy wouldn't listen, and might even beat me up. Obito thought grimly. Better to seize this chance and infiltrate the enemy's ranks. You think I'm helping you achieve your plan? Wrong, you're helping me solve a multiple-choice question. And once we're on the same side, I'll have plenty of chances to make him realize the truth on his own. This could work out perfectly, Obito concluded, his lips curving into a sly smile. Seeing Obito's confident grin, Madara spread his arms wide and laughed. Ha ha ha. Kid, I hear you share my ambitions. If that's the case, why not join me? Together, we'll accomplish the grand dream countless others have longed for. Obito joined in the laughter. Ha ha ha. A dream that's eluded humanity for centuries? You're awfully confident for someone who thinks he can achieve it. Madara's tone was resolute, brimming with arrogance. Of course. If anyone can realize this vision, it's me, Uchiha Madara. Obito's smile faded as he gave a slight nod. If you're so confident, then I'll join you. But I have 3 conditions. Madara's lips curled into a faint smile. Oh? Let's hear them. Without hesitation, Obito laid out his terms. First, we are partners, equals. In other words, we're on the same level. Second, the matter of the Nine Tails is mine to handle. You are not to attack Kanagakur. Third, I'm not interested in daydreams. When you cast Infinite Tsukuyomi, you will exclude me and anyone close to me. When making demands, it's best to be firm and ask for more. That way, Madara would believe he genuinely wanted to cooperate. After a brief moment of thought, Madara nodded in agreement. Fine, but I have one condition of my own. We'll have a fight. If you satisfy me, I'll accept your terms. With that, his aura surged, domineering and fierce. Humph. Obito's expression remained unchanged, his eyes narrowing dangerously. This old fox isn't trustworthy at all. He talks about cooperation, but he's probably scheming to take my Mangekyo Sharingan if I seem weak. But this is an opportunity for me too, Obito thought. If I can kill Madara or take his Rinnegan, I'll hold all the cards. Flexing his wrists, Obito smirked darkly. Do you want to dance too, Uchiha Madara? Then let's dance. Madara raised an eyebrow, unbothered by the bold challenge. Though the boy's tone was arrogant, what adult would lose their temper with a child? Looking at Obito's defiant face, Madara saw a reflection of his younger self. With a hint of nostalgia, he remarked, Kid, I admire your spirit. Obito bristled. Cut the crap and bring it on. Heh, very well. Madara picked up his war fan, a spark of excitement flickering in his heart. Finally, a real fight. Chapter 165, Obito vs. Madara. Obito's eyes burned with battle spirit, and his blood felt like it was boiling in his veins. Do you know something, Madara? From the moment I learned of your resurrection, I've wanted to fight you. Madara raised the flame-patterned gunbai in his hand, smirking disdainfully. It's commendable to have the guts to challenge me, but I'm afraid that's the only thing about you worth praising. Obito unsheathed the blade on his back. His swordsmanship wasn't particularly remarkable, but there was no way he was going to fight Madara barehanded. That would be outright suicide. He twirled the blade with a casual flourish, matching Madara's energy with his own taunts. Ha! After this battle, the title of the strongest Uchiha will belong to me. Hashtag. After a brief exchange of provocations, both men's tempers were flaring. Without any further words, they launched into action. Both leapt simultaneously, meeting midair in a flash of movement. Madara raised his gunbai, wielding it like a heavy, bladed weapon, and brought it crashing down toward Obito with tremendous force. Whoosh! Obito twisted his body and swung his sword diagonally, bracing his core as he parried the attack. Clang! The sound of the collision rang sharply through the air. Madara had anticipated this. The moment their weapons met, he took a calculated step forward, slipping into Obito's guard. Obito's face darkened. Damn it! When your stance is compromised, even a god would struggle to defend themselves. With the advantage of positioning, Madara pivoted sharply and drove his elbow toward Obito's torso. Obito barely managed to lift his left arm in defense, but the overwhelming force sent him stumbling backward. A single misstep led to another, and Obito was quickly thrown off balance, falling right into Madara's rhythm. Boom! 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 Madara's relentless attacks poured down like a raging storm, giving Obito no chance to catch his breath. At this moment, Obito felt like a small boat caught in a furious sea, battered by wind and rain, helpless against the tide. Damn it! Obito cursed under his breath. Although their physical abilities were roughly on par, the difference in their taijutsu skill was stark. Madara's immense combat experience and terrifying proficiency in close combat allowed him to dominate effortlessly. One couldn't help but marvel at Madara's fluid movements, each strike elegant yet deadly, as if he were performing an intricate dance. But for Obito, there was nothing elegant about being on the receiving end. Damn it all, he roared, his frustration spilling out. A moment's distraction cost him dearly. Madara's kick landed squarely, sending him flying. The sheer force of the impact knocked the wind out of him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Madara lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, closing the gap between them with ease. Obito quickly wove hand signs, unleashing 3 molten fireballs in rapid succession. Lava release, molten fireball jutsu. The fiery spheres sped toward Madara, glowing with intense heat. Oh! Madara raised an intrigued eyebrow, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. With a casual sweep of his gunbai, he sent the fireballs hurtling back toward Obito. Uchiha. Reflection. Crap! Obito groaned, mentally berating himself. Why on earth would I use ninjutsu against a guy holding a fan designed to reflect it? Am I a complete idiot? Still, this blunder offered him a chance to create some distance. Lava release, shields. A wall of molten rock rose to block the reflected fireballs, buying Obito enough time to retreat. As the lava dispersed and his vision cleared, Obito's pupils shrank in alarm. Where's Madara? Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind came from behind him, followed by a brutal kick that sent him flying again. Boom! Obito crashed heavily into the ground, carving a deep crater upon impact. Heh! Madara didn't press the attack this time. Instead, he leaned on his gunbai, watching Obito with amusement. Obito, your strength doesn't seem to match your big talk. I'm barely warmed up, and you're already down. How disappointing. Obito staggered to his feet, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. He grinned defiantly. I'm not good with weapons. How about we fight barehanded instead? Madara burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You're a naive child. No one's going to humor you in a real battle. But since you're family, I'll give you a chance to lose convincingly. With that, Madara tossed his gunbai aside and beckoned Obito forward with a crooked finger. Come on, don't say I didn't go easy on you. Obito clenched his fists, resisting the urge to lash out like a tantruming child. Obito clenched his fists in frustration. This guy, why does he always make me feel like I'm being toyed with? Obito began preparing his buffs. He had no choice, without additional enhancements, he still wasn't a match for Madara. Lava release armor, activate. Lava-based chakra erupted, forming a solid armor around his body. Madara smirked. A clever move. You want me to fight barehanded while you hide behind your lava release? But Obito wasn't done. Clapping his hands together, orange-red markings appeared around his eyes, his golden-red pupils glowing with power. Obito had entered Sage mode while maintaining his lava armor. Madara! Let's go again. With the double buffs, Obito regained his confidence. Madara's eyes flickered with a hint of nostalgia. Sage mode. You remind me of Hashirama. Though I wonder, how much of his strength do you possess? Obito sneered. You'll find out soon enough. Powered by Sage Mode and his lava armor, Obito's speed and strength surged to a new level. Closing the distance in a flash, he swung a fiery roundhouse kick at Madara. Take this! The intense heat and explosive force of the attack even made Madara pause in surprise. This kid has improved significantly. Well done! Madara dodged with a quick sidestep and countered by sweeping at Obito's other leg. Obito, unfazed, leaped into the air and charged headfirst at Madara. Headbutt style, first form, skull smash. Madara sighed, his reflexes kicking in as he twisted his body, executing an inhumanly flexible back kick that sent Obito flying into a nearby wall. Boom! Obito climbed out of the rubble, unfazed, and charged at Madara again. The durability of his lava armor was no joke. Boom! 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 The battle continued, the two exchanging hundreds of blows. Madara, however, grew increasingly frustrated. This kid can't even keep up with my moves. He's just enduring thanks to his thick skin. How boring! Chapter 166, Uchiha's Battle. I'm starting to lose interest, Madara said with a cold snort. Obito staggered to his feet again, flashing a cheeky grin. Oh, come on. I'm just getting warmed up. Crack! Obito stepped forward forcefully, causing the ground beneath him to fissure. Sage Art, Serious Punch. He launched himself forward, appearing abruptly in front of Madara. Raising his fist, shrouded in molten energy, he slammed it down with tremendous force. Boom! Madara, having grown impatient, decided he'd had enough of Obito's antics. Without moving from his spot, he activated his ocular technique. Shinra Tensei. A glimmer of light flashed in Obito's eyes. A flaw. He had been holding back Kamui, waiting precisely for this moment. The terrifying repulsion force erupted outward from Madara, spreading in all directions. Boom! 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 Yet, Obito remained completely unaffected, his hand darting straight for Madara's chest. Omega! Nani? Madara's eyes widened in shock, his expression a mix of disbelief and confusion. What's going on? Why is this kid? From the sidelines, Black Zetsu's eyes gleamed with intrigue. This move seems like it'd suit me perfectly. Gotta remember it, let's call it Black Hand Extraction. The moment the repulsive force subsided, Obito's body solidified. His hand pierced Madara's chest without hesitation. Squish! The sound of flesh being punctured echoed through the room. Yet, Obito felt no satisfaction. Because Madara, once again, vanished before his eyes. Asterisk, TCH. Use the Limbo clone to take the hit, huh? Limbo, Border Jail, a unique ability of Madara's Rinnegan. Shadows from Limbo can shield the body from attacks or ambush opponents. You're quite the crafty little brat, Madara's voice called out from behind Obito. Hiding your ability to evade attacks, waiting to catch me off guard, is that your plan? Turning around, Obito shrugged nonchalantly. Omega, what a shame. All that effort, and you still managed to block it. Madara erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Kid, you've done well. Aside from Hashirama, you're the first to truly make me feel a brush with death. As Madara laughed, Obito's mind raced. Madara's Limbo was on cooldown, it would take some time to recover. Maybe I should try to catch him off guard again while he's talking. Madara, still in his self-congratulatory monologue, spoke in a tone of admiration. I must admit, you've managed to amuse. Kamui. Obito distorted space, aiming to crush Madara's head. But in that fleeting moment of spatial warping, Madara's Rinnegan flared again. An invisible gravitational pull canceled Kamui. Gravity and spatial distortion share a certain connection, akin to space-time curvature and relativity. It might not be precise, but hey, it's a novel. Obito clicked his tongue in annoyance. TCH. I knew it. Kamui. He tried again, but Madara's Rinnegan nullified it once more. Well, this isn't working, Obito muttered with frustration. The force from Kamui wasn't overwhelmingly strong, and countering it didn't require immense gravitational power. As a result, the cooldown was short. In other words, as long as Madara could react fast enough, Kamui couldn't take him down. You! Madara's voice quivered slightly as a cold sweat ran down his back. Had he not instinctively activated his ocular technique just now, his head might already be gone. This brat, he's as ruthless as I am. As expected of my junior. Rather than feeling irritated by Obito's repeated attempts to ambush him, Madara found himself growing increasingly fond of his grandson. In his mind, a proper battle meant using every possible tactic. Kid, you're really something. Also, you're Kamui. Those eyes of yours. An excellent combination of offense and defense. Truly enviable. Obito scratched his head, feeling like he'd heard this compliment somewhere before. After multiple failed backstabs, Obito abandoned the idea of assassinating Madara outright. Alright, Madara. Our little two-man dance ends here. I can't kill you, and you can't deal with me. There's no point in dragging this out. Madara laughed heartily in response. Ha ha ha. Your ocular technique may seem nearly invincible, but it must have limitations, right? You're not just bluffing, are you? Obito joined in with his own laugh. Ha 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 ha. I'm just lazy, that's all. Fine, I'll let you in on a secret. First, like you, I have Hashirama's cells. No worries about going blind here. Second, while my technique has a time limit, I can leave this place anytime I want. Obito crossed his arms triumphantly, looking down at Madara. Seriously, if I can't beat you, do you think I'll just stick around? Madara nodded slightly. It seems you're not lying. But ending things like this, doesn't that feel dull? The thrill of dancing on the edge of life and death reignited Madara's excitement. He didn't want the fight to stop. After pondering for a moment, Madara's lips curled into a grin. Why don't we play another game? Given how well you've developed your ocular techniques, I'm sure you've already mastered that, haven't you? Holy crap! Are we gonna summon the mechs? Obito's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If by that you mean what I think, then yeah, I've got it down. Wanna go another round? Madara laughed maniacally and nodded. Ha 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 ha. Why not? The next battle, Madara declared, will be fought the Uchiha way. Obito joined him in raucous laughter. Ha 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 ha. Just as I hoped. Their combined laughter reverberated throughout the base, almost causing it to collapse. The chaotic energy proved too much for Black Zetsu, whose mental stability took a massive hit, SAN level plummeting. Ha 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 ha. Susanoo. Azure and blue chakras burst forth from both of them like tidal waves, surging to fill the entire base. Their chakras clashed, dividing the battlefield into distinct halves. Boom! 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 Behind them, two colossal war gods materialized. The terrifying Tengu-armored Susanoo shattered the base's roof as they emerged. Madara's eyes glinted with delight. Obito, you haven't let me down. Obito's azure Susanoo spread its massive wings, shadowing the battlefield. This was the hallmark of the complete body Susanoo, its ultimate form. Only those who had fully unlocked the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan and possessed immense chakra could achieve this. Madara's blue Susanoo unfurled its own enormous wings in response. Swish! The azure and blue Susanoo rose into the air, charging toward each other. As Madara had declared, the next battle was truly a battle of the Uchiha. Chapter 167, Obito's Vigilance. Kakashi and Obito's chakras fused, summoning a light blue Susanoo. Now that Obito has activated his own, the author chose to depict it as azure to distinguish the two. Reason: writing light blue and dark blue could cause confusion, and azure is close enough to light blue. The Uchihas really don't have many colors left. Madara's Susanoo, just like its owner, preferred taking the initiative in battle. From the massive wings that blocked out the sky, two long swords gleaming with a chilling light emerged. Raising both blades, he struck. Susanoo, twin sword dance. Two arcs of sword energy, powerful enough to split mountains and seas, roared toward the azure Susanoo. Swish! Swish! The azure Susanoo's massive hand reached back, gripping the hilt of a giant blade. In a flash, it drew and slashed in one fluid motion. Susanoo, quick draw slash. Clang! With a single horizontal sweep of the blade, the azure Susanoo effortlessly deflected the incoming sword arcs. At the same time, two shurikens launched from its other hand, hurtling toward the blue Susanoo. Kamui Shuriken. The shurikens, shaped like Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, sliced through the air, imbued with Kamui's power. They carved eerie trajectories as they spiraled toward the blue Susanoo. Kamui Shuriken, an attack infused with the power of Kamui. Targets hit by the shuriken are sucked into a separate dimension. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sensing danger, Madara's expression turned serious. He clapped his hands together, and both his Rinnegan and Susanoo flared to life. Shinra Tensei. An overwhelming repulsive force exploded outward, deflecting the two shurikens. Yet the azure Susanoo remained largely unaffected. Madara's current Rinnegan power was only a quarter of its peak. The next moment. Boom! Boom! The azure and blue Susanoo clashed, engaging in close combat. Madara's Susanoo swung its twin blades, releasing waves of deadly sword energy with each strike. Swish! 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 The azure Susanoo's blade danced in response, leaving afterimages as it deflected and countered. Boom! 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 The clash of the two titanic warriors shook the ground, their chakra reverberating through the battlefield. Walls cracked and shattered under the sheer force of the stray attacks. Clang! 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 In mere moments, they had exchanged over 100 blows. Madara grew more exhilarated with each strike, while Obito's expression darkened. Damn it! I still can't beat him. He wasn't Madara's match in taijutsu, and neither was his Susanoo. After parrying Madara's twin blades, the azure Susanoo adjusted its stance. Obito raised his arm, commanding his spectral giant to strike. Kamui, Uchiha-style Kenjutsu. Infused with Kamui's power, the blade crackled with black lightning as it slashed forward, tearing through the air. Madara's Susanoo raised a sword to block the attack. Pop! The sound of a bubble bursting echoed. The blue Susanoo's blade shattered into two pieces the moment it touched the black lightning. Spatial power again. Madara muttered. Seizing the moment, the azure Susanoo swung its blade in a diagonal slash. Madara's Susanoo raised its left arm. Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force forced the azure Susanoo to retreat a few steps. TCH. Obito clicked his tongue. Taking advantage of the cooldown, Obito hurled two more shurikens at Madara's Susanoo. Kamui Shuriken. Madara's expression darkened. You brat! The blue Susanoo raised its remaining blade to intercept. Pop! The blade shattered into three pieces where it touched the shurikens. Obito's eyes lit up. Now's my chance. The azure Susanoo spread its wings, closing the distance in an instant. It raised its blade and struck down with both hands. At that moment, Madara laughed. Ha ha ha. Shinra Tensei. Damn it! Obito cursed under his breath as the repulsive force pushed his Susanoo back once more. No matter how I fight, it's still a stalemate with this old man. Obito thought helplessly. If only my Hashirama cells were at stage 4 development. With Rinnegan abilities and a Buddha avatar wrapped in Susanoo, I wouldn't have to play fair. He dismissed the idea of using his lesser would release techniques, they wouldn't even match half the size of Susanoo. Meanwhile, Madara's chakra surged, repairing his broken blade. The blue Susanoo, now armed once more, strode forward to clash again. Boom! 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 Without another word, the two titanic warriors resumed their battle. After another 100 exchanges, Obito finally shouted, laughing. Ha ha ha, Madara! Have you had enough fun yet? Madara, equally exhilarated, laughed back. Ha ha ha. It's been ages since someone other than Hashirama could bring me such joy. Kamui. Such joy. Obito rolled his eyes. Let's stop here. I'm starving. Madara laughed heartily and withdrew his Susanoo. Very well. I'm satisfied. I'll agree to your 3 conditions. Obito scowled, also withdrawing his Susanoo. TCH. I worked for free, and now I have to beg for your approval? The nerve of this old fossil. Madara smirked at Obito's disgruntled expression. Hey, kid, how about becoming my grandson? Obito crossed his arms and snorted. Humph. Did I lose to you, Madara? Madara shook his head. No, you didn't. I won't force you. It's just... He sighed softly, his face reflecting admiration, nostalgia, and a hint of melancholy. You remind me so much of my younger self. For a moment, I thought if I had a grandson, he'd be just like you. Obito's expression twisted. No way. About that ninja world villain who insists on being my grandfather. What's with this old man and his obsession with being my grandpa? Wait a minute. Could he be after my grandmother? Obito's wariness spiked, his gaze toward Madara growing more suspicious by the second. Chapter 168, A Conversation Between Grandfather and Grandson. As Obito stared at Madara with a wary expression, Madara couldn't help but feel a bit unsettled. This kid. Why is he looking at me like that? As if I have some ulterior motive or something. After thinking it over for a while, Obito dismissed his suspicions. Impossible. How could Uchiha Madara possibly like women? Black-haired Hashirama wasn't enough for him? After shaking off such absurd thoughts, Obito began weighing the pros and cons. Honestly, becoming Grandpa Madara's grandson doesn't sound like a bad deal, he mused. If he considered the familial hierarchy, this would technically make him a super grandson, skyrocketing his status. Besides, with this relationship established, it'd be easier to persuade, cough cough, easier to guide Madara to the path of redemption. But seriously, why does Madara like me so much? Obito couldn't figure it out. Just as his thoughts ran wild, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! This system will now answer the host's question. Reason 1, the host suits Madara's taste. Reason 2, the host possesses the respect for elders buff. Respect for elders buff. As a good child who respects elders, all individuals over 60 years old have their favorability toward you increased by +1. T/N, respect for elders buff. It is from very beginning of the story. Understanding dawned on Obito. So that's why. I almost forgot about this reward after so many chapters. Turns out being a good person really pays off. Having figured it all out, Obito turned to Madara and said, If you want to be my grandpa, what's in it for me? Madara froze. Benefits? Obito spread his hands in exasperation. Of course. Why would I agree to be someone's grandson without getting something in return? Rubbing his nose, Madara found himself at a rare loss for words. In the shinobi world, countless people would cry and beg to become his grandchildren. But this kid? He outright refuses unless there are benefits involved. Fine. He had character, Madara liked that. What do you want in return? Madara asked, curious. Obito glanced around and pointed to the gunbai lying nearby. I want that fan. It looks pretty cool. From his half-buried position in the ground, Black Zetsu let out a mocking chuckle. Uchiha Obito, you're so naive. That gunbai is a symbol of the Uchiha clan, the only weapon Madara took with him after breaking ties with Hashirama. The fan carries immense sentimental value. How could Madara possibly? Ha ha ha. From now on, that fan is yours, Madara declared without hesitation. Black Zetsu's smile froze. What the? Did he just give it away? You're really treating him as your grandson now, aren't you? Obito was taken aback by Madara's quick agreement and felt a little embarrassed. This fan. You're really giving it to me, Grandpa Madara? Madara chuckled indulgently. Ha ha ha. When has Madara ever lied to you? I even have a scythe lying around somewhere. If you like it, you can take that too. Obito happily picked up the gunbai and slung it over his back. Thank you, Grandpa Madara. Where's the scythe? Madara's smile stiffened. After borrowing two of Madara's weapons, Obito was in a great mood. He patted Madara on the shoulder. You're all right, Madara. I officially recognize you as my grandpa. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Madara, for some reason, started to regret his decision. This newly acquired grandson of his was a bit too cheeky. Sensing the conversation going off the rails, Black Zetsu quickly stepped in. Madara-sama, Obito-sama, shouldn't we discuss the details of your cooperation? Obito glared at Black Zetsu. Look at you, so impatient. Are you that eager to meet your mother? Actually, I wouldn't mind meeting her too. I even have some bold ideas. Readers, isn't your family tree convoluted enough? Trying to become the ultimate ancestor, are we? Madara gestured for Obito to sit down. Obito, your Akatsuki organization should have members capable of capturing tailed beasts, correct? Obito nodded slightly. Yes, but I suggest delaying the plan for now. Three Tails hasn't been reincarnated yet. Moving too soon would alert the major villages. Madara snorted in mild irritation. Humph. With you and me working together, what's there to fear from the world's elites? Let them come, I, Madara, would welcome the dance. Obito patted Madara's shoulder. Grandpa, our goal is world peace. Let's avoid unnecessary bloodshed. I believe everyone has the right to enjoy a perfect life in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Since we're waiting for Three Tails anyway, why rush? Madara frowned in thought. His grandson's words seemed to make sense. After a moment, he nodded slowly. Very well. We'll wait. Obito grinned. A true sage knows patience, and you, Grandpa Madara, are unparalleled in wisdom. Hearing his grandson's elaborate flattery, Madara's frown eased. Of course. However, Madara's tone grew thoughtful. However, staying here alone is quite dull. Obito laughed. If you're bored, Grandpa, I can visit often for some sparring or conversation. Or we could go out, maybe soak in some hot springs. Madara, satisfied with the answer, nodded. All right. After chatting a while longer, Obito stood up. I should head back for dinner. I'll visit again soon. Take care, Madara said, watching Obito leave. As his grandson's figure disappeared, Madara's expression turned contemplative. He had 3 reasons for winning over Obito. First, to secure his loyalty and expedite the Moon's Eye plan. Second, he genuinely liked the boy and found him entertaining. The third reason, however, was something even Madara found hard to admit. He didn't want to be alone after everything was over. For years, he had walked a solitary path, isolated from his clan and the Leaf Village. Later, he had spent decades in a dark underground lair, surviving only for his dream. Once his dream was realized and everyone entered their ideal world, he alone would remain in reality. His life would lose its purpose, its meaning. At that time, having a grandson by his side didn't seem so bad. Besides, Hashirama had a granddaughter. There was no way Madara would let himself be outdone. Chapter 169, Returning to the Village, running into an old acquaintance. Outside Uchiha Madara's dilapidated base. Bone from pork hocks, simmered to perfection, yet again, you forgot to wash the eggs. but I boil a pack of instant noodles for myself anyway. Humming a jaunty tune, Obito strolled off, clearly pleased with himself. This move? I'm giving myself a solid 94 out of 100, because I'm just too awesome. First, he had managed to establish a fairly good relationship with Madara. Second, he had secured another year to grow and develop his plans. And lastly, he even acquired a set of legendary ninja tools. Though he wasn't entirely sure how to use them. They still looked incredibly cool hanging off him, like accessories. Now that I think about it. Obito chuckled, speaking to himself in amusement. Even without any missions or Madara, I had planned to find a way to acquire the power of the Ten Tails eventually. Because who knows if the Boruto plotline might happen in this world too. The mere thought of the Akatsuki clan running rampant in Boruto, along with the absurd nerfing of all the characters, made Obito's scalp tingle. The power of the Sage of Six Paths is a must-have. Otherwise, I'd rather not live to see the Boruto era. After shuddering briefly, he grinned with typical dramatic flair. I'll be the second Sage of Six Paths, the one and only supreme existence. No, scratch that, the Sage of Six Paths has nothing on me. I've got the system on my side. System. Flattery won't work, host. I'm broke and can't afford to support you right now. Obito pouted. TCH, you're such a letdown, system. Ignoring the system, Obito activated Kamui, his red eyes gleaming as he crossed dimensions and appeared in a lush, vibrant forest. So hungry, I'm absolutely starving. Driven by his gnawing hunger, Obito dove into the forest in search of tonight's unfortunate meal. What a cute little wild boar. Soon enough, the adorable wild boar had become roasted meat, sizzling on a spit and heading straight into Obito's mouth. There's plenty left. Why not call Gameshin over to join me? Tossing aside a bone, Obito bit his thumb and started weaving hand signs. Summoning jutsu. Poof! A puff of smoke appeared and gradually dissipated, revealing the familiar sight of a giant toad. Toad Gameshin had grown significantly larger, now towering over 2 meters tall. However, the more eye-catching detail was the pure white frog under him. Well now. A toad with a frog? Looks like someone's living large despite appearances. Gameshin glanced around before locking eyes with Obito, immediately piecing things together. Damn! He had responded to the summon instinctively, without thinking. Looking slightly awkward, Gameshin forced a smile. Long time no see, Obito. Let me introduce you. This is Gamma Gohan. Obito raised an eyebrow, then nodded as though enlightened. Oh, Gamma Gohan, huh? Wait a minute. His expression suddenly froze. Gamma Gohan? That's its name? Gameshin. Obito. Leading the roast meat for Gameshin and Gamma Gohan, Obito decided against being a third wheel. He stretched lazily and yawned. One task checked off. Time to head back to Kanagakur and relax for a while. He activated Kamui again, moving toward the hidden leaf. Obito! Go where your heart takes you. At the entrance of the Konoha Hospital, a striking figure emerged from Kamui's space. The next second, a figure came hurtling out of the 6th floor, a blur in the air. Obito froze in shock. That was the 6th floor. Boom! The figure crashed in front of Obito, creating a massive crater on impact. Moments later, the figure struggled to its feet, grimacing and muttering to himself. Tsunade's strength is as ridiculous as ever. But so are her, other features. Hee. That voice, that expression. Obito's eyes widened in surprise. Jiraiya-sama? Turning to see his half-student, Jiraiya dusted himself off as if nothing had happened, trying to act nonchalant. Ah, Obito. Long time no see. Brimming with curiosity, Obito walked over and asked. Jiraiya-sama, what's going on between you and Lady Tsunade? How did you end up? He gestured toward the hospital roof before continuing. flying out from such a height? Jiraiya's face froze, his expression instantly falling apart. You saw all of that? Obito nodded enthusiastically. I not only saw it, but I also heard what you said. Jiraiya smacked him on the head, muttering, You brat! Obito burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya-sama, I didn't expect a ladies' man like you to suffer heartbreak too. Come on, I'll treat you to a drink. Let's head to the tavern on the west side, they've got the most hostesses. Jiraiya's eyes lit up, his earlier embarrassment vanishing instantly. All right. I haven't caught up with you in ages. Let's drink and chat. The two made their way to the West Side Tavern, where they sipped sake while enjoying the sights. After several rounds, Jiraiya finally spoke with a serious expression. The ninja world's been quite active lately. That has something to do with you, doesn't it? Obito paused, considering his words before nodding slightly. It does, a little. But not much. I haven't done anything major. Just recruited a few S-class missing nin to run errands and earn some cash for me. Jiraiya nodded knowingly, his tone heavy with meaning. You understand what I'm trying to say, right? Obito's expression turned serious as he replied. Don't worry, Jiraiya-sama. I would never do anything to harm Konoha. Jiraiya broke into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Good. Enough talk. Let's drink. After a few more drinks, Jiraiya, now tipsy, began sharing his philosophies on life. Only a man who's been rejected can truly grow stronger. And any man who can't laugh at himself for it is just weak. And happiness? It's not something a man should chase after anyway. Obito clapped the table in admiration. Well said, Jiraiya-sama. I'll drink to that. As the bottles piled up on their table, Jiraiya suddenly leaned closer, gripping Obito's hand. Tell me, why do you think Tsunade refuses to accept me? Obito tilted his head, thinking for a moment before responding hesitantly. Maybe it's because you're too free-spirited? Lady Tsunade can't tell how sincere your confessions really are. Chapter 170, A Conversation with Fugaku. Obito patted Jiraiya on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Jiraiya-sama, have you ever considered settling down for good? Settle down? Jiraiya downed the rest of his sake in one gulp and laughed heartily. A true man's ambition lies beyond borders. A great man calls the entire world his home. What's this talk about settling down? Obito burst into laughter along with him. Ha 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 ha. Ever since his stint as Madara, and then challenging the real Madara himself, Obito found he laughed much more easily these days, as if something inside him had been set free. Jiraiya-sama, there's something you once said that I truly admire. Home is wherever the people who miss you are. Since you already have someone in your heart, why not move closer to her? Jiraiya, now visibly tipsy, squinted at Obito. But the shinobi world isn't at peace yet. How could I even think about such things? Obito shook his head and replied seriously. Jiraiya-sama, you're mistaken. With my generation, me, my seniors, and juniors, working to change the shinobi world, why burden yourself with worry? You should focus on living peacefully with Tsunade-sama. While you're still young, why not have a child or two? Jiraiya choked on his drink, coughing violently. Ugh, you cheeky brat. You've got some nerve. Grinning, Obito showed no shame. Of course I do. Technically speaking, Tsunade-sama and I are still peers, aren't we? Why would I hold back? Besides, even if she overhears me, it's not like she could catch me. Ha. After another round of drinks, Obito offered to walk Jiraiya home, but the older man declined with a wave of his hand. He wanted to linger in this moment of indulgence a little longer. So Obito left the tavern alone. Once in a quiet, isolated spot, his face grew serious as he headed toward Rin's home. Obito-kun, you're back? Rin greeted him with wide eyes, surprised and delighted. But as the smell of alcohol hit her, her expression darkened. "Obito-kun, did you drink?" Obito scratched his head sheepishly. "It was just a little, socializing. I didn't have much." Of course, not much for him meant several bottles of strong liquor, though his enhanced physique treated it like water. Seeing that he was perfectly sober, Rin's frown softened, replaced by a warm smile. She threw herself into his arms. "Hee, Obito-kun, I missed you so much." Gently stroking her hair, Obito replied with a grin. "I missed you too, Rin-chan. You've been on my mind all day." They embraced silently for a long while. After some time, Obito chuckled mischievously. "Hee, Rin-chan, how about some imported candy?" "My treat!" Rin playfully punched his shoulder. "You're so annoying, you know that? You just got back and already, MMPH." The next morning, Rin had already left for her shift at Konoha Hospital. Obito, exhausted, struggled to sit up in bed, his hands on his sore back. Now I understand why the Boruto-era protagonists got nerfed. Life has given me the answer. Still, this was beyond embarrassing. He had Hashirama cells, a solid foundation of over 30 chakra points, and yet, he couldn't keep up with one mere Chunin. "No, I can't just accept this." Obito gritted his teeth. "Next time, I'll activate Sage Mode and reclaim my dignity." Determined, Obito dressed quickly and left the house. His destination? The Uchiha clan head, Fugaku Uchiha. Given his unspoken agreement with Minato to avoid direct contact for now, Fugaku was his best bet for any questions about the Uchiha and the village. Hopefully, the clan head is home at this hour. Before long, he arrived outside the large Uchiha estate. He leapt easily over the wall and made his way to the main house. Spotting someone inside, he called out with a grin. "Clan head Fugaku, Obito requests an audience." Seated at the low tea table, Fugaku raised his head in surprise, setting down the book in his hand. "Obito? It's been a while. Come in and sit." Fugaku didn't put on airs as the clan head, instead gesturing politely for Obito to sit. Ever since Obito's well-known duel with the Raikage, Fugaku had treated him as an equal. Obito bowed respectfully before kneeling opposite Fugaku. "It has been a while, Fugaku-sama." Fugaku nodded slightly, scrutinizing Obito carefully. Time had passed since their last meeting, and he could sense an even greater aura emanating from the young man. Obito seemed unaware of it himself, but his presence now radiated an intimidating confidence and a touch of humor. "And I've heard he's been stirring up all sorts of trouble in the shinobi world," Fugaku mused silently. Indeed, Konoha's higher-ups were well aware of Obito's disruptive activities, though they chose to turn a blind eye as his actions ultimately benefited the village. Breaking the silence, Obito spoke. "Fugaku-sama, I've come to ask about the current state of the Uchiha clan." Fugaku allowed himself a rare smile. He had a good idea what Obito was truly asking about. Thanks to the fourth Hokage's vision and determination, relations between the Uchiha and the village are improving rapidly. He briefly explained some of the changes Minato had implemented since becoming Hokage. First, Minato had appointed Fugaku to a key position within the village's leadership, despite opposition. Second, the once Uchiha-exclusive police force was now co-managed by several clans, with mutual concessions easing tensions. As a result, Uchiha clan members like Itachi and Izumi, who embraced the will of fire, had successfully joined the ANBU after rigorous vetting. T/N, after her father's sacrifice, Izumi was traumatized and blamed herself. Since then, she decided to live up to her father's example by becoming stronger so she could help others like her father did. Because of this, Izumi never fell into the curse of hatred, unlike the vast majority of her fellow clansmen. In short, barriers were breaking down, fostering collaboration and trust. Listening to Fugaku's account, Obito couldn't help but admire Minato. Minato-sensei truly has the courage to make bold changes. Fugaku nodded solemnly. A Hokage who acts without bias and dares to innovate. The fourth is indeed a great leader. Obito nodded, feeling a weight lift from his heart. With Minato in his prime, Hiruzen still alive, and the 3 legendary Sannin in the village, the Uchiha's future seemed stable. His purpose for coming here accomplished, Obito prepared to take his leave. But then, a playful idea struck him. Grinning, he pulled out a flaming Uchiha fan and a scythe from his Kamui dimension. "Fugaku-sama, I happened to come across some interesting ninja tools. Care to take a look?" Chapter 171, Edo Tensei, complete. When Fugaku saw the black dart in Obito's eyes, his heart stirred. So, Obito had indeed awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, so the rumors were true. Obito didn't seem to care about the strange look Fugaku was giving him. After all, most people in their circle already knew he possessed a time-space dojutsu. There was nothing to hide. Obito chuckled and said, "Fugaku-sama, why don't you take a closer look?" In truth, Obito didn't even need to ask. Fugaku's eyes were already fixed on the fan and scythe in front of him. This is... His pupils contracted sharply, and for a moment, his mind went blank. Was this the gunbai? The legendary weapon passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, symbol of the clan leader's authority? No, perhaps it was just replica. Fugaku quickly collected himself, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He reached out and picked up the fan, examining it carefully. Its texture was both firm and elastic, with a lacquered surface featuring intricate tomo patterns. Fugaku turned the gunbai over repeatedly, each glance making him more incredulous. This really seems like the legendary weapon. He screamed internally but forced himself to remain calm. After a thorough inspection, Fugaku was convinced. The item in his hands were indeed the ancestral treasure of the Uchiha clan. If he could somehow acquire this symbol of leadership for himself. At that thought, Fugaku's heart burned with ambition. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he looked at Obito and asked, "Obito, where did you get these weapons?" Obito laughed aloud. "Haha. What if I said Madara Uchiha himself gave them to me? Would you believe me?" Fugaku's hand trembled. Though Obito had said it in a joking tone, Fugaku had recently heard some unsettling news from Minato. Madara Uchiha had been resurrected. "Haha, Obito, you're quite the joker." Suppressing the storm in his heart, Fugaku smiled and carefully placed the scythe back on the table. "These weapons are of Uchiha origin. I happen to have a book in my study that records their history. Wait here for a moment. I'll fetch it for you." Obito, slightly taken aback by Fugaku's courtesy, nodded. "Sure, thank you." Watching Fugaku's retreating figure, Obito couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration. Little Fugaku really lives up to his role as the clan leader. He's so polite, even to an ordinary clansman like me. Then, a thought struck him. Wait, if we're being technical, shouldn't Fugaku call me uncle? With that realization, everything made more sense. A nephew being polite to his uncle? Perfectly natural. Before long, Fugaku returned with a small booklet and handed it to Obito. This book describes how to use these weapons. I have no use for it, so consider it a gift. Obito accepted the booklet with a slight nod. Thank you, Fugaku-sama, sir. As Obito left Fugaku's mansion, he hummed a little tune, clearly in a good mood. Not bad at all. And I even got an unexpected bonus. He decided he'd practice with the weapon diligently. If nothing else, they'd make a dramatic entrance on the battlefield. While strolling through the village streets, disguised by a transformation jutsu, Obito passed by a bookstore and came to a halt. To keep Grandpa Madara from getting too bored and randomly wanting to dance or something, I should get him a few books. He stepped into the bookstore and began browsing. After a while, Obito sighed regretfully. Too bad this world doesn't have classics. Eventually, he grabbed a stack of random books and carried them to the counter. Shopkeeper, I'd like to check out. The shopkeeper, a man in a black shirt and yellow shorts, with a shaved head and dark glasses, gave Obito a mischievous grin as he glanced at the books. You've got good taste, young man. These are some interesting pics. But when his eyes fell on the small Uchiha crest on Obito's clothing, he hurriedly put his glasses back on and quietly rang up the purchase. Holding the stack of books, Obito left the store with a puzzled expression. That shopkeeper, his look was so strange. Obito returned to Madara's base with his haul. Madara, as usual, was standing with his hands behind his back, looking as imposing as ever. "Grandpa Madara," Obito said cheerfully, "I got you some books to keep you entertained." "Oh?" Madara took the books, flipping through the titles. His expression darkened. A life of ruthless decisions, all for his turn back. The self-cultivation of a villain. The adorable village chief. Rebirth, rekindling brotherhood in another life. Past and present lives, just to meet you. What in the world was this nonsense? Obito quickly stuffed the books into Madara's hands and said, "Enjoy, Grandpa Madara. I have other things to do, so I'll leave you to it." Before Madara could respond, Obito disappeared in a flash. Madara stood in the empty hall, staring at the books in his hands. After a long pause, he sighed. "Well, I suppose I'll read a bit. It's not like there's anything better to do." Chapter 172, Orochimaru is dumbfounded. When it comes to the Edo Tensei, one cannot ignore the man behind it all. Tobirama, technique. Hashirama, water? Tobirama, no. Hashirama, forbidden. Tobirama. The above dialogue is an excerpt from the daily lives of the Hokage Chronicles. That's right. The man who invented this forbidden jutsu is none other than the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, a man whose life is a testament to karma and the inevitable cycle of fate. Thinking about it, Obito couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru, watching Obito's sudden fit of laughter, frowned slightly, his expression a mix of curiosity and suspicion. "Hiss, may I ask what you find so amusing?" Waving his hand dismissively, Obito replied with a smirk. "Oh, nothing, just remembered something funny." "Fine, then," Orochimaru said, shrugging. "Let's proceed, as you requested. Begin the experiment." With that, Orochimaru left the lab, muttering to himself. "This Uchiha Obito, there's definitely something wrong with his brain." Soon, Orochimaru returned, dragging two prisoners behind him. "Obito, I'll use these two as examples to demonstrate the Edo Tensei." Obito gave a slight nod and murmured, "Hmm." Without hesitation, Orochimaru snapped one prisoner's neck. The Edo Tensei is a technique that summons a soul from the pure land of the afterlife back to the impure world, Orochimaru explained as he worked. It requires a portion of the deceased's remains and uses a living body as a vessel for the summoned soul. He produced a kunai and cut a piece of flesh from the fresh corpse, then unrolled a scroll and smeared the bloody chunk onto it. After obtaining the remains, the next step is to perform an otherworldly summoning. Orochimaru's hands danced through a series of seals as he prepared a ritual circle on the ground. Grabbing the second prisoner, he placed them at the center of the formation. Finally, the soul is summoned into the prepared vessel. With a decisive clap, Orochimaru called out, "Edo Tensei." A flurry of paper tags burst forth from the ritual circle, enveloping the terrified prisoner in a cocoon-like shroud. Moments later, the tags peeled away, revealing a figure covered in cracked dirt and dust. It was none other than the first prisoner, now resurrected. Obito marveled at the sight, muttering under his breath, "Edo Tensei, this is some crazy stuff." Seeing Obito's fascination, Orochimaru chuckled. This technique cloaks the vessel's body in dust, recreating the appearance of the deceased as they were in life. And those brought back this way cannot be killed by conventional means. Even if injured, their bodies will gradually regenerate, practically immortal. Obito interrupted impatiently. Yeah, I know all that. What I want to know is, can your improved Edo Tensei preserve the emotions and will of the resurrected? And how close are they to their original strength? Orochimaru quickly replied, the caster can choose whether to retain the resurrected's emotions and will. As for their strength, it depends on the vessel's quality, though I haven't collected enough data to give you exact figures. Obito nodded in approval. Good. In that case, you'll help me revive. He stopped mid-sentence, smacking his forehead. Wait a second. Why the hell would I let this snake handle the revivals? Who knows what kind of tricks he might pull? Why not just learn the Edo Tensei myself? Then I can handle it directly. As for sacrifices, Madara's stash is practically overflowing with Zetsu. I'll just grab a few, perfect quality material. Though, I might catch some heat from Zetsu enthusiasts. With this thought, Obito turned to Orochimaru, his tone strangely soft. You've worked hard for me for so long. Surely, you've earned some credit. Orochimaru forced a stiff smile. Of course. What does he mean by this? Is he about to cut ties? Obito sighed and continued, we've known each other long enough for me to feel sentimental. I'd rather not have to kill you in the future. So, to avoid any misunderstandings, let's be upfront. Hand over the Edo Tensei now, and don't give me any reason to doubt you. Orochimaru let out a sigh of relief, then smiled. I was planning to give it to you once perfected. Obito beamed. Good. Get it ready, I'll be right back. With that, his Sharingan glinted as he vanished from the lab. Watching him leave, Orochimaru sneered inwardly. Oh, I know you don't trust me. But did you really think I'd make it that easy for you? Orochimaru pulled a pre-prepared scroll from his drawer, a smug grin spreading across his face. Moments later, space rippled, and 3 figures appeared before him. Orochimaru's smile froze. What is this? Obito clapped a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder, laughing heartily. Ready? Let's get started. Orochimaru blinked. Started, what? To make sure you're not up to anything shady, we're going to check your memories, Obito explained, grinning. But don't worry, we won't peek at anything unnecessary. Orochimaru's face paled. This isn't right. Relax, Obito said with a chuckle. Trust but verify, yeah? Sure sway, Itachi, do your thing. The 2 Uchiha prodigies stepped forward, Sharingan blazing. Orochimaru's mental defenses crumbled instantly under the assault of their Genjutsu. Chapter 173, Everything is ready, reincarnation begins. Orochimaru was so desperate that he reverted to his original voice. Stop, Obito-sama. Unexpectedly, Obito's Sharingan flared even brighter at the sound. Ah, this just makes things even more exciting. How many times do I have to say it? The glowing red eyes aren't just special effects. Orochimaru, Sigma. Itachi and Shursui, Omega? What's going on? Why did Orochimaru suddenly switch voice actors? And why is Obito acting like this? Oh wait, Obito has never been entirely normal. Ha ha ha. Forget it, let's get back to work. Inside Orochimaru's mind, the 3 wheels were rummaging through his memories without restraint. After a while, Shursui, his face grim, said coldly, I found it. While combing through Orochimaru's memories, Shursui had seen many scenes that enraged him. Itachi's expression also darkened slightly, he too had witnessed things better left unseen. Obito nodded. Good. Let's double-check everything. The 3 of them focused on one specific memory, examining it thoroughly. Half an hour later, Itachi finally spoke. It looks like there's nothing suspicious here. The details all line up. Obito turned to Shursui. What do you think? Shursui nodded. I agree with Itachi. This memory doesn't seem tampered with. With both of them confirming it, Obito beamed. Thank you, my brothers. During their thorough review, Obito had already memorized the key points of the Edo Tensei technique. Now that its authenticity was confirmed, he felt comfortable using it. The 3 Uchiha wills exited Orochimaru's mind. Obito patted the collapsed Orochimaru, smiling mischievously. Thanks for your cooperation, Orochimaru. I'm very satisfied with your performance. Just lie here and rest, we'll be on our way now. With that, the three Uchiha men turned and left, leaving behind a humiliated and dreamless snake. Inside the Kamui dimension, Shisui looked serious as he addressed his cousin. I strongly suggest you refrain from using Edo Tensei too freely. Death is not the opposite of life but an eternal part of it. Blurring the line between life and death could bring calamity to this world. Itachi nodded in agreement. I support Shisui's view. Death reminds us of the preciousness of life and forces us to reflect on its meaning. If people lose their respect for death, this world would become unrecognizable. Obito scratched his head awkwardly. All right. Truth be told, without their advice, he might have been tempted to resurrect 100 or so people just to experiment. Seeing Obito relent, Shisui smiled. We trust you, but not everyone is as cautious. Who knows what someone else might do with this technique in 10 or 100 years? Let's avoid setting a dangerous precedent. Obito nodded repeatedly, feeling the wisdom in Shisui's words. After all, wasn't Tobirama Senju a prime example of karmic retribution? Alright, I get it. Don't worry. Still, he secretly resolved to use Edo Tensei sparingly until he achieved the power of the Sage of Six Paths. The three chatted for a bit longer before Obito spoke up. Thanks for the help today. How about lunch on me? Shisui hesitated before muttering, I can't. I already have plans with someone else. Obito blinked, then turned to Itachi. What about you? Itachi's face was calm as ever. Sorry. I have plans as well. Obito sighed. Fine, I'll just take you two back home. Obito, eyes glowing red, delivered Shisui to Meiterumi's doorstep and dropped Itachi off at Naruto's place. Then, he headed off toward Madara's base. At Uchiha Madara's base, with a dramatic whoosh, Obito appeared. Why is it always this pose? He muttered under his breath. Madara stood in his signature stance, arms crossed, exuding arrogance. But this time, he was holding a book. Just as Obito tried to make out the title, Madara coughed and swiftly hid it. Obito, why are you here? Grinning, Obito replied, Grandpa Madara, I saw you had plenty of white Zetsu clones. Mind if I take a couple to play with? Madara laughed heartily. 2? That's far too few for my grandson. Take 10. If you need more, come back anytime. Obito joined in the laughter. Ha ha ha, Grandpa Madara, you're so generous. Black Zetsu, watching the scene unfold, silently slipped underground, muttering, Are there any normal Uchiha? Seriously. After grabbing a few white Zetsu clones, Obito prepared to leave. Thanks, Grandpa. Let's plan for a hot springs outing soon. As Obito turned to leave, Madara stopped him. Obito, next time you visit, bring more books. Obito gave him a thumbs up. Got it, Grandpa. I'll bring a whole box next time. Bye-bye. Once Obito left, Black Zetsu resurfaced, smirking. Madara-sama, why do you trust Obito so much? What if he... Madara waved dismissively. I haven't fully recovered, and the White Zetsu army isn't ready yet. Let him waste time if he wants. Now, bring the tubes. With a sly grin, Black Zetsu dragged over 3 white tubes, plugging them into Madara's back. Madara let out a soft sigh of contentment as life energy surged into him. Back in the Kamui dimension, Obito completed the preparations, tossing a lucky white Zetsu into the formation. Spreading the remains of Nagano across a summoning scroll, he began the technique. Now then, return to us, Nagano. With a hand seal, he called out. Edo Tensei no Jutsu. Chapter 174, The Resurrection of Nagano. The moment Obito performed the Edo Tensei, memories began flashing through his mind. When they first met, they were just 5 or 6 years old, awkward kids seated together thanks to Kasuke-sensei's matchmaking. Nagano was shy, quiet, and terrible at expressing himself back then. No one could have predicted he'd eventually become that guy, the one everyone wanted to punch. Not that I, Obito, had anything to do with that. Definitely not. From that day on, their relationship evolved from friends to frenemies who casually exchanged insults about each other's families, sending telegrams to each other every other day, sparring matches every chance they got. To outsiders, their bond seemed as hostile as could be. But during the Battle of Canopy Bridge, Obito saved Nagano's life. In return, Nagano risked his own life to save Rin. It was in those moments they realized, no matter how much they argued, they still made space for each other in their hearts. A swirl of talismans suddenly broke Obito's reverie, fluttering in the air before dissolving into mist. From the array, a figure stepped out, a young boy, no older than 13 or 14, with eyes full of confusion. Where am I? Wasn't I in the Pure Land? Nagano blinked, looking around in bewilderment. When his gaze landed on Obito, silently watching him from the side, he froze. He frowned, uncertain. Wait, you're Obito? Obito nodded, too emotional to speak. Nagano stared, then blurted out, "What the hell? You died too? And what's with that face? Why are you excited, man? You're dead." Obito. Yep, that's the Nagano I remember. Loud, rude, and perfectly on brand. Nagano tilted his head, his expression skeptical. So, what's the deal? Is this some luxury Pure Land suite you got? Did you drag me here for a party? Obito sighed. This isn't the Pure Land, Nagano. I brought you back to the living world using the Edo Tensei. What? Nagano's eyes widened in disbelief. You can do that now? Bringing people back from the dead? Nah. I can prove it, Obito offered, gesturing for Nagano to follow. The two exited the Kamui dimension, arriving in a secluded forest. As soon as Nagano took in his surroundings, he screamed, "Holy crap! I'm really back!" He ran around like a madman before stopping by a creek to see his reflection. Staring at himself in the water, he muttered, This is insane." Obito approached cautiously, assuming Nagano was overwhelmed with emotion. "Don't worry. I'll find a way to free you from this form. I promise." "Hold up!" Nagano cut him off, excitement lighting up his face. "Let me get this straight. Do I have infinite chakra now?" "Yes." "And I'm immortal?" "Technically, yes." Nagano smacked Obito upside the head. "Then why the hell would I want you to fix it?" "What?" "You heard me. Infinite chakra, immortality, I'm basically a god now. Why would I give that up?" "Obito." Nagano grinned. "Man, I look so cool like this. Forget living a normal life, I'm living the dream." "But," Obito stammered, "you can't start a family in this state." "Pfft, family? Bro, it's Konoha year 54. Who still cares about that? Plus, I've got 5 older brothers. I'm off the hook. What about love? You'll never be with the girl you like." "Love? Please. Real men don't need girls. I admire true manly bonds, like Guy-sensei. I'm backing away now." Meanwhile, in secret meeting room, 7 formidable figures gathered. Obito addressed the group with a smirk. "Before we start, let's congratulate Deidara. Thanks to everyone's guidance, he's officially an S-rank rogue ninja." Scattered applause followed. Deidara's face turned red with pride. Finally, no one could call him the rebellious kid in a group of S-rank criminals. "Thank you, senpai," he began, tearing up. "I'd like to." "Enough," Obito interrupted. "The meeting begins now." Deidara glared daggers at him. Ignoring the murderous aura, Obito turned to Kakuzu. "Our treasurer, please summarize last year's financial performance." Kakuzu nodded, speaking in his usual monotone. "I'll keep it brief. The meeting continued, with members debating recruitment strategies and future plans. Even among chaos and ambition, Obito couldn't help but smile. For all their quirks, this team of outcasts felt strangely like family. Chapter 175, Obito's Arrangements. Seriously. Hearing that Obito wanted to meet with him alone again, Orochimaru felt his knees go weak. Dealing with all three brothers together was already a nightmare. How was anyone supposed to handle this? Obito, noticing Orochimaru's hesitation, let a dangerous glint flash through his eyes. Orochimaru, didn't you hear me? Get out here now. With a bitter smile, Orochimaru forced himself to follow Obito out of the meeting room. Yes, Obito-sama. Once they reached a secluded spot, Obito didn't say a word, he just started laughing. The eerie sound sent shivers down Orochimaru's spine. Obito laughing? That never meant anything good. Obito-sama, Orochimaru began nervously, his expression practically begging, what exactly do you need from me? Obito tilted his head, feigning surprise. Oh? How did you know I had something for you to do? Orochimaru, are you serious right now? Seeing Orochimaru lower his gaze in submission, Obito burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Relax, I'm just messing with you. But yes, I do have a task for you. I need you to prepare some summoning scrolls for Edo Tensei. Listen carefully, you're only responsible for the scrolls. Don't overcomplicate things, understood? Orochimaru exhaled in relief and nodded repeatedly. Understood, Obito-sama. May I ask, who do you plan to revive? Obito was ready to rattle off a long list of names but paused, remembering his brother's recent advice. He swallowed his enthusiasm. For now, focus on preparing scrolls for Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, the first and second Hokage. Oh, and add two more, Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Taijima. You know them, right? Uchiha Izuna was Madara's younger brother, and Uchiha Taijima, Madara's dear old dad. Reviving the Senju brothers was self-explanatory, they were immensely powerful and could serve as Obito's ultimate trump cards. As for Izuna? That was purely to mess with Madara's emotions. And Taijima? Well, Obito just thought it'd be hilarious for Madara to see his dad again. Orochimaru's face darkened as he heard the names. Obito-sama, your request is challenging, to say the least. The Hokage brothers' remains are feasible, but two Uchiha from the Warring States period. Obito cut him off with a sharp glare. If it were easy, why would I need you? I'm giving you a year, figure it out. At the very least, dig up Uchiha Izuna for me. And remember, if you succeed, there'll be plenty of rewards for you. Orochimaru eyed him skeptically. That look clearly said, you're kidding me, right? After all this time working for Obito, he'd only lost things, time, effort, pride, and his own village. Rewards? Non-existent. Obito scratched his head awkwardly. Hey, don't look at me like that. It's not like I'm freeloading off you. Alright, fine. Here's some intel that might be useful to you. Consider it a down payment. Orochimaru perked up, his interest piqued. What intel? Obito shared a few cryptic sentences. Well? Intriguing, isn't it? Orochimaru nodded eagerly, his eyes gleaming. And the rest? Obito smirked. You'll get the rest once you've completed the task. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Orochimaru swallowed the urge to throttle Obito. I understand, Obito-sama. Calm down, he told himself. This is progress, Obito is finally showing some decency. Still, I'm so unbelievably pissed off right now. Obito, satisfied with Orochimaru's reaction, patted his shoulder. Good. Dig through the archives or whatever, it's bound to be there somewhere. Orochimaru forced a smile. Sure, easy for you to say while you do nothing. Their friendly discussion concluded, Obito headed back to the meeting room while Orochimaru begrudgingly went to work. Forget the meeting, I've got bigger things to deal with. The sooner I finish this task, the sooner I get that intel. In the meeting room, the discussions were wrapping up. Seeing Obito return, Hayden hefted his scythe and headed out with Kakuzu. We'll be off. Gotta make this month's offerings to Jashin-sama. Obito gave a small nod, watching them leave. Then he turned to the other three. Deidara, Sasori, you two can go as well. Kisame, stay. I have a special assignment for you. Deidara frowned, ready to argue, but Sasori had already left. Sasori, wait for me. Hey, Kisame, see ya. I'll miss you, And with that, Deidara bolted. Now, only Obito and Kisame remained. Kisame grinned, his sharp teeth glinting. So, Obito-san, what do you need from me? Obito slung an arm around Kisame's shoulder, grinning widely. I've got a junior who idolizes you. He wants to tag along with you, mind taking him under your wing? Kisame chuckled. If it's your order, I have no complaints. Besides, I do enjoy mentoring the young ones. Great! Obito laughed. You're the only one I trust with this, Kisame. Obito activated Kamui, summoning Nagano. This is your idol, Kisame, a man who never hesitates when it comes to slicing down his enemies. Nagano's eyes lit up upon seeing Kisame. This guy looks even tougher than Gai-sensei. Big bro! Please accept my bow. Nagano knelt and knocked his head on the floor 3 times. Kisame tried to stop him but failed. Obito facepalmed. Kisame, this is Nagano. He might seem dim-witted, but, well, he kind of is. Nagano blinked, realizing Obito had insulted him. You, Obito, you're awful, he huffed, holding back more colorful language. Obito shuddered theatrically. Gross! Stop being weird, Nagano. Kisame, amused, nodded. Don't worry, Obito-san. I'll take good care of him. Nagano bowed deeply. Thank you, Obito. I owe you one. Obito waved him off. Yeah. Don't get sealed along the way, alright? Ask Kisame for help if needed. And hey, maybe lend him some chakra, he's got Samahata, after all. Nagano chuckled. Got it. See you later. As the two left, Obito leaned back, content. Finally, things are falling into place. Chapter 176. What? Kakashi actually. Otogekure. Inside the records room. Orochimaru stared at the towering stack of books on the desk, his head pounding. He had given up searching for Uchiha Taijima and instead focused his efforts on locating Uchiha Izuna's burial site. But even so, finding the remains of someone who died 70 or 80 years ago? Impossible. Obito, that bastard. Orochimaru spat, a rare break from his once elegant demeanor. The old Orochimaru would never stoop to cursing. But ever since joining forces with Obito, he regretted knowing so few profanities. Slamming the book in his hand onto the desk, Orochimaru rubbed his temples and sighed heavily. These books only have scraps of information. There's nothing useful here. Looks like I'll have to head back to Konohagakure. If I can narrow down the general areas of those old battlefields and revive a few Uchiha from that era, maybe I can trace the clues back to Uchiha Izuna's remains. /N, the decomposition of bones depends on factors like temperature, humidity, and microbial activity. Some skeletons survive even a century. Considering Izuna was Madara's brother, his remains might be in better condition than ordinary people's and wouldn't have been buried carelessly. If the direction is right, finding Izuna's bones is plausible. Don't say the author's just making things up. Bowing to you all. Oars, bowing again. Konohagakure. A striking young man appeared suddenly at a cafe on the corner of the street. This wasn't just anyone, it was none other than Obito, roaming the world aimlessly now that things were stable. With the organization on the right track and Madara getting lost in his books, pun intended, Obito finally had time to relax in Konoha and spend time with Rin. Now this is the life I've been dreaming of. Obito mused as he glanced at the sky. It was still early, and Rin wouldn't be off work yet. So, he decided to swing by Kakashi's place for a visit. Humming tunes and waiting for fate, and here I wait for you, Obito sang as he strolled toward Kakashi's house. 10 minutes later. Standing at Kakashi's front door, Obito knocked. Coming! The door opened, revealing Tsukumo, who smiled warmly at the sight of Obito. Oh, it's you, Obito. Come on in. Obito grinned. Long time no see, Uncle Tsukumo. Oh, wait, I mean Uncle Jinchur now, right? Jinchur Hatake, Kakashi's distant relative, had just returned to Konoha, serving as Tsukumo's public identity for now. Tsukumo invited Obito to sit in the living room. Obito, take a seat. I'll whip up some food. Stay for dinner tonight. Kakashi has something to discuss with you when he gets back. Huh? Obito blinked. Something to discuss? Do you know what it's about? Tsukumo chuckled mysteriously. Better wait for Kakashi to tell you himself. And with that, he vanished into the kitchen. Obito was bursting with curiosity. What could it be? Waiting felt like an eternity. Finally, Kakashi returned. Oh? Obito, what are you doing here? Kakashi asked, surprised. Obito shot up and grabbed his friend's hand. Kakashi! Uncle Tsukumo said you had something to talk to me about. What is it? Yeah, I do. Then spill it. Don't keep me in suspense. Kakashi sighed, pulling his hand away. You're so impatient. Let's eat first. We'll talk after. But Obito wasn't having it. No way. Tell me now. Kakashi relented with a shrug. Fine. It's not a big deal. I'm getting married and want you to be my best man. Obito froze, his brain short-circuiting. Wait. What? Married? You? Kakashi nodded calmly, taking a seat at the table. Early next year. But she's so young. And this is so sudden. I'm not ready for this. Obito stammered. Tsukumo walked in with dishes, laughing. She's not a little girl anymore. She's been living on her own for years. And now, spending every day with Kakashi. Dad! Kakashi cut him off, his face red. Obito smirked, poking Kakashi playfully. Ah, look at you blushing, Kakashi. Kakashi swatted Obito's hand away. Quit it! Tsukumo's laughter echoed in the room. In any case, it's settled. She's joining the family. It'll be lively with her around. Obito slung an arm around Kakashi's shoulder, grinning. Congrats, Kakashi. You deserve this happiness. Kakashi smirked. Thanks. Honestly, I owe you. If you hadn't put in a good word for me, I might still be single. Obito burst into laughter. See? You owe me big time. All right, enough. Let's eat before the food gets cold, Tsukumo urged, ruffling their hair like kids. As they ate, Kakashi turned to Obito. By the way, let Rin know. I want her as the maid of honor. Obito nodded confidently. No problem. Consider it done. Chapter 177, Madara, are you kidding me? At Kakashi's house. After dinner, the three of them tidied up. Tsukumo headed to the kitchen to do the dishes, while Obito and Kakashi sat together, discussing an important life event, Kakashi's wedding. Obito, looking unusually serious, asked, So, how many pairs of groomsmen and bridesmaids are you planning to have at the wedding? Kakashi thought for a moment before replying. 2 pairs should be enough. I was thinking of asking Asuma and Kurenai. Obito nodded in agreement. That works. But what about Guy? Aren't you going to have him as a groomsman? Kakashi sighed, exasperated. Guy as a groomsman. Who's going to agree to be his bridesmaid? Obito considered this for a moment and realized Kakashi had a point. But soon, a new idea struck him. Why not let Guy host the wedding? He can contribute in his own way. With all that energy, he'd be perfect for hyping up the atmosphere. Kakashi's eyes lit up. That's actually a great idea. Let's go with that, then. The two continued to discuss the plans. After a while, Obito glanced at the time and stood up with a smile. It's getting late. I'll head back now. Once Rin has her day off, I'll bring her over, and the three of us can finalize the details. Kakashi patted Obito on the shoulder. Thanks for this, Obito. Obito grinned and playfully punched Kakashi's arm. What's with the formalities? You better hurry up and get married. Just a reminder, though, cut down on the reading. You'll have plenty of exhausting days ahead, don't wear yourself out. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Just leave already. I'm not seeing you out. Obito laughed heartily. Got it! I'm off. At Rin's house. Rin's surprised voice rang out. Obito-kun. Obito spread his arms wide, catching the girl as she leaped into his embrace. Hee, miss me, Rin-chan? Rin nuzzled against his chest, pouting. What's the point of missing you when you take forever to come back? Obito chuckled, the corners of his mouth curling up. Who said anything about leaving soon? I'm planning to stay in Konoha for a long time this time. Rin blinked her large eyes, a hint of doubt in her voice. Really? Feigning hurt, Obito replied. Of course. When have I ever lied to you, Rin-chan? Rin rolled her eyes dramatically, her pout turning playful. Oh, only every single time. You're always saying soon, soon, but it's always hours later. Obito scratched his head awkwardly. Well, Rin giggled and hugged him tightly. I'm just teasing you. Let's chat for a bit and then get to bed early. I've got work tomorrow. Obito nodded earnestly. Sure thing. Let me take a quick shower first. 20 minutes later, a freshly cleaned Obito emerged from the bathroom. Leaning close to Rin's ear, he whispered mischievously. Puru, what do you say, Rin-chan? Rin poked his cheek with an exasperated look. Don't tell me you made me learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu just for this? Seeing Obito's hopeful expression, Rin sighed and raised her hands in surrender. I can't say no to you, can I? Shadow Clone Jutsu. A month later. Obito hummed cheerfully as he carried a box of novels, planning to visit an old friend. I truly am the epitome of the new generation's model youth, he praised himself, conveniently forgetting his past skirmishes with a centenarian. Activating Kamui, Obito appeared at Uchiha Madara's base. Grandpa Madara. I'm here to bring you warmth and joy, aha. And novels. Madara turned around with his hands behind his back, his expression calm as he greeted him. Oh, Obito, you're here. After a brief silence, the two locked eyes, and then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha 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 ha. From the shadows, Black Zetsu quietly sank into the ground, unwilling to endure their chaotic energy any longer. 10 minutes later. The laughter subsided, and Madara took the box of novels from Obito, skimming the titles with satisfaction. Good. These are all my favorites. Setting the box aside, Madara glanced at Obito. Leave the books here for now. Take me outside, I want to see the world today. Obito grinned sheepishly. Sure. Anywhere in particular? My Kamui can take us there in an instant. Madara, ever cautious, shook his head. No need. The journey itself is part of the experience. Obito sighed inwardly. So the old man's still suspicious. Still, he maintained his carefree smile. All right. Got anywhere specific in mind? How about a hot spring? Madara coughed in mild annoyance. A hot spring? At my age? Ridiculous. Obito scratched his head, thinking hard before his face lit up. I know just the place for you. Madara raised an intrigued eyebrow. Oh? This should be interesting. The next day. Proudly, Obito led Madara to the bustling entrance of a building in the capital. Madara glanced between his grinning descendant and the establishment before him, his expression unreadable. Obito. This is the place you thought would suit me? Above the entrance, large, bold letters spelled out. Magic River Dance Hall. Inside, the booming music and enthusiastic cheers echoed loudly. Madara's face darkened. I refuse to step foot inside such a place. Half an hour later. Within the dance hall, cheers erupted. Wow, that man in the center is incredible. I've never seen such elegant moves. And his long hair. He's so handsome and refined. Did you see his backbend earlier? That was insane. Should we go talk to him? His moves. That waist. Too tempting. Chapter 178, Obito's Awkward Nature. If only this world had no wars. If everyone could bask in peace, dancing and laughing together in harmony. What a beautiful world that would be. Madara was lost in his thoughts when a voice interrupted him. Grandpa Madara, it's getting late. Let's go. Madara replied calmly, very well. Obito glanced at Madara, who was still dancing gracefully in the center of the dance floor, looking as though he was a soaring crane. He was speechless. Is this the same guy who said, I'd never set foot in such a place? Not only did you come in, but now you don't even want to leave after dancing for 2 hours? This is just ridiculous. I can't even dance, yet here I am, sitting through this nonsense. Bored out of my mind. If I'd known, I wouldn't have brought you here in the first place. As Obito resolutely stood up, ready to leave Madara behind and go grab something to eat, a group of women in tattered but alluring outfits walked into the venue, laughing and chatting. Obito's eyes lit up. Black stockings, white stockings, fishnets, 3 layers of heaven. He mumbled to himself, sitting back down. Well, I suppose I can wait for Grandpa Madara a little longer. Wiping away the drool forming at the corner of his mouth, Obito cursed himself internally. Damn it, Obito! Show some patience with the old man. An hour later. The old and the young duo finally left the enchanting ballroom. Obito's stomach growled audibly as he pointed at a barbecue restaurant nearby. Grandpa Madara, let me treat you to some barbecue. Madara nodded slightly. Very well. After dancing for so long, he was hungry too. The two entered the barbecue restaurant and sat down. Obito ordered enough food for 4 people. The sizzling sounds of meat grilling over charcoal filled the air, accompanied by the rich aroma of roasting meat. It was enough to make anyone's mouth water. Obito grabbed a piece of meat, dipped it in salt and chili powder, and popped it into his mouth. The juicy and tender flavor burst across his taste buds. Delicious, he exclaimed, savoring every bite. After devouring the feast, Obito leaned back in his chair with a contented smile, sipping on a fizzy drink. Madara, curious, mimicked him, taking a sip of soda. A hint of joy crossed his usually stoic face. Your generation certainly knows how to enjoy life, Madara remarked. Obito chuckled smugly. Of course. Madara set down his drink and narrowed his eyes slightly. But if war were to sweep through this place, would these people still laugh and chat so freely? Obito was momentarily speechless. Here we go again, Madara never misses a chance to push his ideology. Wait a minute. Ideology? Obito's lips curled into a faint smirk. Perfect. While Black Zetsu isn't here, I might as well try to counter-brainwash him. Grandpa Madara, Obito began, feigning confusion. Why are you so certain that the infinite Tsukuyomi is the only way to save the world? Madara's eyes glinted as Obito brought up the Moon's Eye plan. Seeing an opportunity, Madara stood up. Let's walk and talk. Obito nodded obediently. Okay. The two left the restaurant, strolling through the quiet night. When they were sure no one was around, Madara clasped his hands behind his back and glanced at Obito. The infinite Tsukuyomi is the sage of six paths teaching, Madara began. It's recorded clearly on the Uchiha stone tablet, only the infinite Tsukuyomi can save the Uchiha and the world. He paused, then smiled faintly. It's normal for you to have doubts. After all, your current eye power cannot decipher the tablet's full contents. Obito shook his head. Grandpa Madara, haven't you ever thought there might be a problem with this? Madara raised an eyebrow. What problem? Obito pressed on, his tone serious. If the Sage of Six Paths believed the infinite Tsukuyomi was the only way to save the world, and he had the power to implement it, why didn't he? Madara had an answer ready. It's because the sage chose another path, a path that resulted in failure. That's why he left behind the correct method for future generations to rectify his mistakes. Obito. Great. Grandpa Madara's already been thoroughly brainwashed. Still, Madara's reasoning was eerily convincing. No way. I have to turn the tables somehow. After a moment of thought, Obito began again, speaking slowly. A god once split yin and yang into two extremes. To achieve harmony, they must reunite to encompass all creation. As someone who's only awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, I can only read that much of the stone tablet. Isn't that right, Grandpa Madara? Madara frowned slightly, unsure where Obito was going with this. Still, he nodded. Yes. Obito smiled and continued. And those who awaken the Rinnegan can uncover the sage's secret, how he created the ninja world. Specifically, that only the infinite Tsukuyomi can bring true peace, correct? Madara's expression shifted. The creation of the ninja world was indeed mentioned on the tablet. But he'd never told Obito about it. Madara grew wary. Obito, how do you know this part? Are you trying to trick me? Obito shook his head, pointing at his eyes. Even though I haven't awakened the Rinnegan, my eyes are unique. They can see the tablet's contents. Madara's brows furrowed deeply. It was true that Obito's Kamui was an extraordinary ocular power, tied to space-time manipulation. But could his eyes really perceive what only the Rinnegan should reveal? Madara was skeptical, yet intrigued. Meanwhile, Obito knew Madara would doubt him. Honestly, for someone as shrewd as Madara, he should question everything. So why on earth did he fall for Black Zetsu's schemes so easily? Someone, explain this plot hole. Is this Kishimoto's writing or what? Suppressing his inner rant, Obito casually dropped some obscure ninja history, leaving Madara visibly shaken. Madara's gaze grew complicated. Some of the things Obito mentioned were indeed inscribed on the tablet. But others, even Madara had no knowledge of them. Could it be that his own eye power wasn't enough to decipher everything? And yet, Obito's unique eyes could see it all? I wish I had my grandson's eyes. Just as Madara was beginning to digest this new information, Obito abruptly shifted gears. But I noticed something strange about the tablet. Madara, drawn in, asked, "What's strange?" Obito pointed at his eyes again, his expression grave. Because of my unique vision, I can see that the tablet's contents have been tampered with. Chapter 179, Konoha, Year 55. Obito's words struck like a bolt of lightning. They exploded in Madara's mind. Madara froze in place, a mixture of shock and doubt clouding his expression. Altered? How is that even possible? He demanded, his voice edged with disbelief. Obito shrugged casually and replied. It's not entirely impossible. Think about it, nearly 1,000 years have passed since the Sage of Six Paths left that stone tablet behind. If I could bypass the sage's restrictions to read the entire inscription using, well, less than honorable methods. What's to stop someone else from bypassing those restrictions in a different way to alter the tablet's contents? Madara's expression darkened, his features twisting into a scowl so severe it could rival Black Zetsu's. What you're saying, is just speculation, isn't it? Even after hearing Obito recount the tablet's contents, Madara still refused to believe that his life's pursuit could be based on a fabrication. You're just trying to shake my resolve in carrying out the Eye of the Moon plan. Madara snapped coldly. Obito burst into laughter, his voice echoing with amusement. Ha ha ha. Relax, I'm just giving you a friendly heads up. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. But for what it's worth, I did notice a few irregularities on the tablet, marks that clearly weren't left by one person. Obito's laughter reverberated in the air, while Madara's lips twitched involuntarily. He wanted to laugh but couldn't quite manage it. After a struggle, he finally suppressed his twitching mouth and asked grimly, "You're suggesting someone fabricated the Eye of the Moon plan, but what could their motive possibly be?" Obito shook his head, feigning sincerity as he replied, "I couldn't tell you. There's no way to guess someone's motives from a single altered tablet." Obito deliberately withheld Black Zetsu's true intentions from Madara. After all, that wasn't something Madara needed to know. If he revealed too much, it might only lead to suspicion. Madara listened to Obito's earnest response, his brows furrowing deeply. "Impossible. That's impossible." Obito observed Madara's conflicted demeanor and smirked inwardly. The seed of doubt had been planted. Now, it only needed time to take root and grow. "I don't know the full picture," Obito added casually, "but you're wise beyond measure. Surely, over the years, you've noticed peculiarities? Have you never felt as though you were being subtly guided, bit by bit, into accepting someone else's ideas as your own?" His words carried an unmistakable implication. Madara's face shifted as he mulled it over, his expression cycling through a range of emotions. "You're talking about Black Zetsu? That's absurd." Obito chuckled, his tone laced with amusement. "Of course, anyone in your position would think it's absurd. After all, who would suspect their own will?" Ha ha ha. Madara froze. He began to comb through his memories, recalling every major decision he'd made, from awakening the renegade to his unwavering commitment to the Eye of the Moon plan. In every instance, Black Zetsu had been there, lurking in the background. And he had always assumed those thoughts and decisions were entirely his own. Madara's body trembled violently, as though shaken to its core. Could it be true? Had he truly been manipulated by a mere inferior creature all this time? The thought was unbearable. Obito placed a hand on Madara's shoulder, his voice carrying a rare note of sincerity. "I told you all this just so you'd be on guard. It'd be a shame if, after all our efforts, we ended up paving the way for someone else's victory." Madara shot Obito a long, contemplative look, a complex mix of emotions flickering in his eyes. "Very well. I'll keep your words in mind. Let's head back, Obito." Obito grinned mischievously. "Sure thing. Want me to use my Kamui? It'd save us the trip." Madara scowled, clearly unimpressed. "There's no need. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to pull." Caught red-handed, Obito simply laughed it off. All right, we'll walk. I'll keep you company." Another day's journey later, Obito delivered a fuming Madara back to their base before gleefully heading off on his own. "Looks like Black Zetsu's got some stormy days ahead," he mused with a chuckle. In this round of verbal sparring, Obito had played his cards perfectly, exploiting his foreknowledge to gain the upper hand. The best-case scenario? Madara might abandon the Eye of the Moon plan entirely. The worst-case scenario? Things would proceed as originally planned, which didn't bother Obito in the slightest. "Madara, I've given you the chance. Whether you take it is up to you," Obito muttered as he turned back toward Konoha, red Sharingan glowing faintly. With that, he resumed his leisurely life in the village. Konoha year 55. Time slipped away unnoticed amidst the warmth of Rin's presence and the simple joys of life. After an early snowfall blanketed the Nara clan's estate, the grounds were transformed into a serene winter wonderland. The paths were lined with frost-laden plants, and the gardens resembled delicate ink-wash paintings. People say a timely snow brings a bountiful harvest. Mused a spiky-haired man, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Getting married amidst this snowy backdrop, it's something you remember even decades later. Beside him, a man with unruly hair clicked his tongue. Leave it to you, Mr. Philosopher. We were worried the snow would ruin the wedding, but you've turned it into poetry. Speaking of which, thanks again for arranging the venue, Shikayu. Shikayu rolled his eyes. Obito, don't get all polite on me now. You weren't this courteous when you first asked for my help. With a mock-serious tone, he continued, ever since you started this trend, everyone's been coming to me for their wedding venues. It's driving me crazy. Obito couldn't help but laugh. Well, you're the second son of the Nara clan. It's only natural for you to help your brothers out with their big day. Grinning, Obito added, speaking of which, how are things with Ryoko? Any plans to tie the knot yet? Yes, Shikayu, who often dismissed women as troublesome, had quietly started dating Aburame Ryoko, his former classmate. At the mention of Ryoko, Shikayu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Probably soon. You know my dream. Oh, I know! Obito interjected enthusiastically. Don't worry, I've got this memorized. Shikayu watched in exasperation as Obito recited his dream with dramatic flair. To live a simple life as a ninja, earn just enough to get by, marry a woman who's neither stunning nor plain, have a couple of kids, retire as soon as they're self-sufficient, spend my days playing shogi and eating kin food, and die before my wife. Shikayu rubbed the bridge of his nose. That's my dream, you didn't need to deliver it with so much gusto. Chapter 180, Kakashi's Wedding. Shikayu patted Obito on the shoulder and said, Enough about me. Let's talk about you instead. You've been engaged for 4 or 5 years now, and yet there hasn't been any progress. A moment of silence passed. Shikayu glanced around, then lowered his voice. Is it still because of that incident back then? Obito shook his head lightly. It's not just that. There are other reasons too. As the two spoke in hushed tones, Rin came running over, her steps hurried. Obito-kun. I've been looking everywhere for you. Why are you still here? She grabbed Obito's hand and gave Shikayu an apologetic smile. Sorry, Shikayu-kun. I'm stealing him for now. The ceremony's about to begin, and we need to get ready. Shikayu chuckled and shrugged. No worries. Go on, hurry up. See you later, Shikayu. Obito waved briefly before Rin dragged him off toward the ceremonial platform. Behind the ceremony platform, 2 figures had been waiting for quite some time. Obito, you're finally here, a woman said, exasperated. Obito scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, Kurenai, Asuma. I didn't mean to keep you waiting. Asuma waved it off, unconcerned. It's fine. There's still time before we start. Today, Asuma's hair was slicked back, and he wore a sleek black suit. Combined with his rugged face and stubbly beard, he looked every bit the charming rogue. You're only 21, though. Obito silently muttered to himself. Kurenai, on the other hand, was stunning. Her white, semi-transparent dress accentuated her snow-white skin, her cascading black hair, and her elegant collarbone. The faint glimpse of her cleavage added to her allure, making her a vision of a pure yet queenly beauty. Her long, slender legs peeked out from beneath the dress, and a pair of shimmering high heels completed the look. Obito and Asuma, on the other hand, exchanged awkward glances, unsure what to say to each other. Asuma eventually lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said, A few days ago, the old man asked me to pass along a message. He said he's let go of the past and that you don't need to carry the burden anymore. Obito smiled sincerely. Thank you, Asuma. And please thank the third Hokage for me. Asuma nodded and continued smoking, falling silent. Neither of them spoke again, instead watching the women they cherished as time quietly ticked by. 20 minutes later. A booming voice shattered the tranquility, startling a flock of birds into the air. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ceremony. Standing on the stage, Guy, dressed in a tight black suit, enthusiastically began the proceedings. My heartfelt gratitude to all of you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the wedding of Hatake Kakashi and Shinzu. Hosting his best friend's wedding, this was what youth was all about. Overwhelmed with emotion, Guy's voice trembled as he continued. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the bride and groom. Amidst thunderous applause, accompanied by their best man and maid of honor, the bride and groom ascended the steps hand in hand. Kakashi, his forehead protector absent, wore a sharp black suit. However, he still kept his signature black mask on. He looks more like a gangster than a groom, Obito thought to himself. Shinzu, on the other hand, was radiant in her snow-white wedding gown. Layers of gossamer fabric floated around her, the hem adorned with delicate cloud patterns that trailed 2 to 3 meters behind her. Two stunning bridesmaids carefully lifted her train, their eyes brimming with envy. When will it be our turn for a wedding this sweet? They silently wondered. Guy's voice boomed with excitement. This is youth. I now declare the wedding officially begun. Obito chuckled quietly to himself. Guy seems even more excited than Kakashi. Despite his usual antics, Guy had meticulously prepared for this event. Obito knew Guy had spent dozens of sleepless nights memorizing his script word for word. Meanwhile, in the audience, Naruto, bored out of his mind, leaned toward Karen. Karen, pass me some sunflower seeds, will you? Before she could respond, Kushina shot Naruto a sharp look. Naruto, how many times do I have to tell you? Karen is your aunt. Show some respect. Naruto groaned in protest. But she's way younger than me, Mom. By your logic, since Dad and I were both Jiraiya's students, does that mean I should call Dad my senior instead? Kushina nearly burst into laughter but managed to smack Naruto over the head. With a loud boom, Naruto flew out of his seat and disappeared into the distance. Karen nervously swallowed and asked, Kushina. Naruto-kun, he'll be okay, right? Kushina waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry. That kid's been toughened up by me since he was little. He'll be fine. Back on the stage, Minato began reciting the vows for Kakashi and Shinzu. Through good times and bad, in sickness and in health, in youth and in old age. Do you promise to face life together, sharing its joys and hardships, as lifelong companions? The couple exchanged smiles and answered in unison. I do. Cheers erupted from the audience as confetti burst into the air. Shikayu, Ryoko, and the others fired off party poppers, showering Kakashi and Shinzu in petals. In the midst of the flying flowers, Kakashi pulled Shinzu into a tight embrace. I love you, Shinzu. And I love you. Chapter 181, a new character emerges. By the time Naruto sprinted back from several hundred meters away, the wedding ceremony was nearly complete. It was now time for everyone's favorite part, the banquet. Taking a glance at his cheerful mother and Karen, Naruto puffed out his cheeks and muttered to himself, no way am I sitting with Mom. I'll go sit with Itachi instead. With that, he made his way toward Itachi's table, spotted an empty seat, and plopped himself down without hesitation. As soon as he sat, a sudden sensation made his hair stand on end. Whoosh! Dozens of crimson eyes lit up, all turning to stare at Naruto in unison. The gaze was cold, emotionless, and unnerving. What's going on? Naruto leapt to his feet in fright. Itachi, raising a brow in mild surprise, asked, Naruto, why are you here? Scratching the back of his head, Naruto replied, I came to find you. I wanted to sit with you. The Uchiha around the table exchanged glances, seemingly piecing something together. Slowly, they withdrew their gazes, each with an expression that suggested they understood more than they let on. Beside Itachi, a young Uchiha woman chuckled and greeted Naruto with a smile. Hello, Naruto. Itachi talks about you often. The woman wore a purple dress, her glossy hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. Her large, expressive eyes seemed to shimmer, and a beauty mark rested delicately beneath her right eye. She was undeniably stunning. Naruto, ever the extrovert, quickly struck up a conversation. Does Itachi really mention me often? Or? His tone turned suspicious. Is it just to call me stupid or something? The girl giggled, covering her mouth. No, no, he always praises you. Naruto sighed in relief. Phew, that's more like it. By the way, I still don't know your name. Itachi, in his usual calm manner, introduced her. This is Uchiha Izumi, my friend and colleague. Recognition dawned on Naruto's face. Oh, I remember now. We were in the same academy class, weren't we? Itachi gave a slight nod, murmuring a soft before returning to his meal, uninterested in further conversation. Naruto didn't mind, he was used to Itachi's reserved nature. Izumi smiled warmly. So, you only remembered now, Naruto? We even had a few classes together back then. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Naruto laughed awkwardly. Sorry about that. Haha. Izumi, intrigued by the boy often mentioned by Itachi, found herself enjoying their chat. Naruto, always naturally sociable, hit it off with her instantly. The two quickly fell into an animated conversation, leaving Itachi momentarily sidelined. After a while, Naruto glanced around the table before asking curiously, "Where's Sasuke? I haven't seen him in ages." Itachi tilted his head slightly, puzzled by Naruto's endless chatter, but answered nonetheless. Sasuke's been busy with his studies at home. Naruto nodded, looking a bit disappointed. Oh, I see. Just as Naruto was about to say something else, a voice interrupted him. Naruto, why are you sitting in my seat? Turning toward the familiar voice, Naruto exclaimed, Oh, Obito. Is this your spot? The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Obito. Though there were designated seats for the groomsmen and bridesmaids, the Uchiha clan had reserved a spot for Obito as well. Obito, who had planned to join the group for a chat, found his seat already taken by Naruto. Scratching his head, Naruto sheepishly stood up. Sorry about that, Obito. I'll move. But Obito laughed, pressing Naruto back into his seat. Don't worry about it. You stay here. I'll sit somewhere else. After exchanging greetings with the group, Obito wandered off to find another seat, eventually making his way to Kushina and Minato's table. Teacher, Kushina-sama, long time no see, Obito said as he sat beside Kushina. Minato smiled warmly. Obito, it's been a while. Though Obito had returned to the village some time ago, he and Minato hadn't yet had a proper reunion. Now, sitting together for the first time in ages, they exchanged a meaningful look. It was time, both thought, for a long overdue conversation. Humph! Kushina, however, wasn't feeling sentimental. She gave Obito a playful slap on the back, nearly knocking him over. You brat! You've been back for a while and haven't even stopped by to see us. What have you been up to? Obito winced in pain, rubbing his back as he laughed sheepishly. I've been busy, Kushina-sama. I'll definitely visit you and Minato-sensei in the next couple of days. I promise. Meanwhile, in a small pavilion on the southern side of the estate, a woman with pale blonde hair tied in a ponytail sat alone. Her forehead bore a violet diamond-shaped mark, and she wore a light green cloak over her shoulders. Her youthful appearance clashed with the sorrow in her eyes. Despite the festive atmosphere, Tsunade was drinking alone, far from the noise and laughter. Dan, she murmured, downing another cup of sake. Her cheeks were flushed, a clear sign of her growing intoxication. At that moment, a hearty laugh broke the silence. Ha ha ha. Drinking alone? That's no fun, Tsunade. Without turning around, Tsunade replied, I'm not in the mood for your jokes right now, Jiraiya. Jiraiya approached with a bottle of sake and a cup, sitting across from her. I'm not here to joke. Just thought you might need some company. Tsunade glanced at him briefly before letting out a small huff. Fine. Pour the sake, then. Grinning, Jiraiya filled her cup. The moment it was full, Tsunade grabbed it and downed it in one go. Jiraiya shook his head, got up, and began to walk away. Tsunade frowned, grabbing his sleeve. Where are you going now? I'm not your waiter, Tsunade, Jiraiya said with a smirk. I came to drink, not just pour for you. After a moment's pause, Tsunade let out another huff. Fine, sit down. I'll humor you. The two sat together, drinking cup after cup. After a few rounds, Jiraiya leaned back with a grin. See? Drinking with someone is way better than sulking alone. Tsunade, her eyes hazy from the alcohol, scoffed. Less talking, more drinking. All right, all right. Jiraiya chuckled as he poured her another. The mood shifted as the alcohol took hold. Jiraiya broke the silence with a more serious tone. You still haven't moved on, have you, Tsunade? Tsunade's hand trembled as she gripped her cup. Her gaze darkened. Why? Why bring him up now? Jiraiya's expression softened. Because you're the one who hasn't let him go. Chapter 182, the main plot begins. In the pavilion. Jiraiya stood, watching the despondent Tsunade. He removed his outer cloak and gently draped it over her shoulders before turning to leave with a bittersweet smile. Dan, in her heart, I'll never compare to you. He murmured softly. In Tsunade's darkest moments, it was Dan who had illuminated her world. Even after his passing, his light still outshone everyone else. When it came to love, attraction and support often triumphed over protection and devotion. How many childhood sweethearts had lost to the spark of love at first sight? /N, the timeline is still over a decade away from Jiraiya's canonical death. Thus, his rejection here fits naturally into the story. For readers tired of the romance subplot, we'll now dive into the main plot. In the Hokage's office. Minato stared at the man standing before him, his expression dazed. It was hard to reconcile this imposing, authoritative figure with the tardy, sometimes tearful little boy he once trained. Obito, it seems you've been through quite a lot these past few years, Minato remarked with a sigh. Ha ha ha, Obito chuckled sheepishly. Minato smiled faintly, clasping his hands in front of him. There's no need for formalities between us. Let's get straight to the point. The mercenary group Yoru that's gained fame across the ninja world appears to be evolving into a threat to the villages. Are you aware of this, or perhaps, involved? Obito scratched his head with a sheepish grin and nodded. Ah, as expected, I couldn't hide it from you, sensei. Yes, I'm deeply involved, actually, I'm the one who founded the Yoru organization. What? Minato's face froze in shock, his thoughts a storm of disbelief. The infamous organization that had thrown the ninja villages into chaos was created by his own student? You're not joking, are you, Obito? Minato asked, his voice trembling slightly. Obito's playful demeanor faded as he responded seriously. I'm not joking, sensei. I created Yoru with my own hands. Minato felt a wave of dizziness. He had suspected Obito's involvement with the organization, but he had never imagined his student was its leader. After a long pause, Minato regained his composure and asked wryly. Why, Obito? Can you explain why you did this? Obito nodded solemnly. This world doesn't sit well with me, so I want to remake it. Establishing my own power was the first step in that direction. He smiled innocently. It might seem a bit forceful, but it'll get the job done quickly. Minato, knowing Obito's eccentric nature, wasn't surprised by the audacity of his ambitions. However, he feared his student might be a pawn in someone else's scheme, possibly Uchiha Madara's. So, he asked directly, have you been in contact with Uchiha Madara? Based on the intelligence provided by Sakumo and Fugaku, Minato was sure Obito had encountered the resurrected Madara. But the exact nature of their relationship was something only Obito could clarify. Meeting Minato's gaze, Obito cheerfully admitted, "Yeah, we've been in contact. That old man insisted on calling me his grandson, so I played along and infiltrated his inner circle. Lately, I've been trying to talk some sense into him, but if he doesn't cooperate, well, I'll have to take him out." Minato was left utterly speechless. This plot twist was too absurd, even by the standards of a novel. "Obito, you..." Minato began, but the sheer number of things he wanted to address left him tongue-tied. His student had not only cozied up to an enemy but also intended to reform him or eliminate him if necessary. After a deep sigh, Minato finally asked, "Do you have confidence in this, Obito?" Obito thumped his chest confidently. "Of course, sensei. Don't you know me by now? I never do things half-heartedly." Minato shook his head, his expression serious. "That's exactly why I'm worried, Obito. Your actions have already alarmed the entire ninja world. As Hokage, I can't allow you to continue unchecked, do you understand?" Obito understood the underlying message. Raising a finger, he proposed with a grin. "Sensei, give me one more year. If I can't accomplish what I've set out to do within that time, I'll return to Konoha, hand over all my resources, and work with the village to deal with Uchiha Madara." Minato considered this and found it acceptable. "I can give you a year, but I need key information now. Without it, I won't be able to justify this to others." Obito nodded and shared the intelligence Minato needed. 6 months later. In Uchiha Madara's secret base. As Obito arrived, he was greeted by Madara's booming laughter. "Ah, Obito, you're just in time. The Three Tails has been revived, and our plan can finally begin." Chapter 183, Capturing the Three Tails. Uchiha Madara's face lit up with excitement. Obito couldn't help but feel genuinely impressed as he exclaimed, "Really? That's amazing." After waiting so long for the Three Tails to reappear, it was finally happening. "At last, I can start working on the main storyline." Just imagining himself completing the objectives, summoning the Susanoo armored Grey Buddha, and roaming freely around the world brought a grin to Obito's face. He was even more thrilled than Madara himself. Ha 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 ha. The two of them laughed like maniacs. Black Zetsu, utterly fed up with their unsettling antics, quietly sank into the ground, retreating to escape their spiritual contamination. 10 minutes later, their laughter gradually subsided. Finally, Obito turned to Madara and said, "Grandpa Madara, where exactly is the Three Tails going to resurrect? I'll capture it for you." Madara hesitated for a moment but maintained a calm expression. "It's been a long time since I've ventured out myself. Let's do this. You and I will go together." Obito shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Sure. Unless..." Before Obito could finish, Madara cut him off with a sharp tone. "I know what you're going to say, kid. No, we're not using your ocular jutsu. The resurrection site isn't far. We'll walk." "Wow, Grandpa's learning to interrupt now?" Obito smacked his lips and sighed dramatically. "Fine, you're the boss. Whatever you say, Madara." The two of them exited the base, with Obito trailing a step behind. Madara glanced at Black Zetsu, who seemed eager to follow, and casually waved his hand. "No need for you to come along. With Obito accompanying me, I'll be fine." Black Zetsu bowed respectfully. "Understood. I wish you a safe journey." Stand down." As Madara and Obito disappeared into the distance, Black Zetsu's eyes flickered with intrigue. A sly smirk formed as he muttered to himself, "Madara, have you figured something out?" Outside the base. With his hands behind his back, Madara walked ahead, speaking to his grandson. "Obito? Obito? Obito!" Madara had been talking for quite a while, but Obito gave no response. Puzzled, he turned to look behind him. What greeted him left him speechless. Obito was following along with a silly grin plastered on his face, mumbling nonsense under his breath. One tail, two tails, I'm Toby, he. Watching Obito act like a fool, Madara felt a mix of emotions. How can his intelligence fluctuate so wildly? This kid is seriously worrying. Madara massaged his temples and shouted, Obito, your grandfather is talking to you. Obito wiped a bit of drool from the corner of his mouth, looking confused. Huh? What were you saying, Grandpa Madara? Madara suddenly felt very, very tired. Taking a deep breath, he asked, Did you even listen to a single thing I just said? Obito shook his head hurriedly. Of course, Grandpa Madara. How could I not? Madara let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Then, Obito quickly added, Not just a single word, I didn't catch even one syllable. You little. Madara's temper flared as he swung a leg at Obito, sending a gust of wind slicing through the air. Bam! In his anger, Madara forgot that Obito could phase through attacks. His kick missed entirely, and he almost toppled over. Obito, hands on his hips, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Grandpa Madara, you're so derpy. You little. Madara's blood pressure spiked as he tried to hold himself back. Is this what raising a grandchild feels like? Pure pain, and more pain. Glaring daggers at Obito, Madara's eyes burned with killing intent. But Obito, with his kamui, was unfazed. In fact, he laughed even harder and stuck his tongue out mockingly. Madara clenched his fists and forced himself to calm down. Breathe, don't get mad. Anger leads to illness. I am an adult, and I will not stoop to a child's level. After a self-pep talk, Madara finally regained his composure and said, Obito, you're right. There is something suspicious about Black Zetsu. Obito looked at Madara in surprise. Well, Grandpa Madara, you've finally come around. Madara snorted unhappily. What's with that face? Do you think I, Madara, am slower than you? Grinning slyly, Obito replied. Well, you said it, not me. Nothing to do with me at all. This time, Madara didn't get angry. He gave Obito a deep, meaningful look and said, Even so, it doesn't mean the Eye of the Moon plan is flawed. Obito opened his mouth to argue, but Madara raised a hand to stop him. Enough. I know what you're going to say. But I can't abandon my life's pursuit just because of your words. Don't worry. In this vast shinobi world, no one can outmaneuver me, Uchiha Madara. Yeah. Obito couldn't help but stifle a laugh, which only irritated Madara further. Obito! Are you trying to provoke me into fighting you? Obito immediately straightened up and rattled off a quick apology. Nope. I wouldn't dare. My bad, Grandpa Madara. Well, since you've made up your mind, I'll follow your orders. I'll help you summon the Ten Tails and complete the Eye of the Moon plan. Madara smiled in satisfaction. Though Obito's words might not be entirely sincere, the feeling of being supported was undeniably nice. The two continued chatting as they walked until they reached a wide lake shrouded in mist. The dense fog, emitted by the Three Tails, had mild genjutsu properties. But for two Sharingan users, it was meaningless. Obito glanced at the seemingly bottomless lake and decided to take the lazy route. He looked at Madara with admiration and said, Grandpa Madara, I'll leave this to you. Show me what you've got. Madara shot Obito a glance but didn't respond. Instead, he stepped forward and began launching attacks at the lake. Boom! 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 A series of devastating jutsu bombarded the water, stirring it into a raging tempest. Obito watched with a grin. Not bad. Watching Grandpa fish for a giant turtle has its charm. Being lazy feels great. Madara's relentless assault soon disturbed the lake's depths. A deep, guttural roar echoed as a massive creature emerged from the water. Its body was covered in sharp spikes, and 3 menacing tails glistened coldly under the sunlight. So that's the 3 tails. Why does it look like a giant turtle? The furious 3 tails barely surfaced before its gaze locked with Madara's kaleidoscope eyes. And just like that, it was over. The 3 tails didn't even have a chance to resist. Obito stretched lazily and said with a chuckle, "That was easier than expected. 1/9 of the mission complete." Chapter 184, Obito the Dutiful Grandson. Obito leapt onto Aisabu's massive back, poking and prodding at the giant turtle with an expression of childlike curiosity. "Wow, look at this! What a huge turtle!" He tapped Aisabu's shell again and mused, "If we made soup with this guy, it'd probably be super nutritious, huh?" Madara shot him a deadpan look. "Cut it out, grandson." Obito froze. Is he insulting me? I feel like he is, but I have no proof. With that, the grandparent-grandchild duo, accompanied by their newly acquired giant turtle, began making their way back to the hideout. Along the way, Obito repeatedly suggested using his Mangekyo Sharingan to seal Aisabu into a pocket dimension. However, Madara rejected the idea every single time, offering vague excuses. "He's probably worried I'll pocket the turtle for myself," Obito thought with a smirk. Back at the hideout, Obito couldn't help but ask curiously, "Grandpa Madara, what's the next step?" Having watched Naruto, Obito knew the sealing process for tailed beasts was no simple feat. Nagato had required 10 ninja to serve as conduits just to activate the Geto statue and use the Phantom Dragon's 9 consuming seals. The collective strength of those 10 shinobi was the only thing that could force open the statue's mouth to seal a tailed beast. And now here's Madara, an aging old man whose ocular power has dwindled to practically nothing. If he can't even seal one tailed beast, this is going to be hilarious. Obito's schadenfreude was evident as he awaited the show. But Madara simply glanced at him, utterly unfazed. "It's simple. Just watch." What happened next completely shattered Obito's expectations. Madara formed the ram hand seal and uttered a low command, "Rise." The ground trembled as the massive head of the Geto statue emerged, looming ominously above them. The statue's mouth opened wide in a soundless roar, and 2 beams of light shot out, resembling dragons as they coiled through the air. Madara maintained the ram seal with his right hand while crossing it with his left to form the tiger seal. "Seal!" The beams of light transformed into glowing chains that wrapped around Aisabu, dragging the beast toward the gaping mouth of the Geto statue. As the process unfolded, Aisabu's massive form began to shrink until it was reduced to a glowing orb. The orb was then devoured by the statue, whose mouth snapped shut with finality. The Geto statue's single eye snapped open, its gaze cold and emotionless as it stared at the 2 shinobi. Obito was floored. This can't be real. The entire process, from the initial hand seal to the sealing's completion, had taken mere minutes. Compared to Nagato's tedious and resource-draining Phantom Dragon's 9 consuming seals, Madara's method was as effortless as changing a light bulb. Seeing the dumbfounded expression on Obito's face, Madara's lips curled into a rare, smug smile. "Obito, there are still 8 more tailed beasts left. How many can you help your grandfather take care of?" Obito pretended to consider before replying. "The 8 tails Jinchuriki might be a bit tricky, but the rest should be manageable. How about this, you handle the final act and take care of the 8 tails Jinchuriki. I'll handle the other 7 tailed beasts with the organization." Madara's smile deepened in satisfaction. His grandson was proving to be more reliable than he'd anticipated, taking on the bulk of the workload without hesitation. He may be annoying at times, but at least he's dependable when it counts. For a moment, Madara felt a rare flicker of emotion. This grandson of his treated the Eye of the Moon plan as if it were his own mission. "Thank you, Obito," Madara said sincerely. Obito replied with equal seriousness, "You're welcome, Grandpa." But inwardly, Obito grinned. "Don't thank me yet. Once I steal the 10 tails from you, let's see if you're still so polite." Catching Madara's gaze, Obito's lips involuntarily curled into a grin. "Crap! Why can't I control my face?" Acting on instinct, Obito slapped himself hard across the cheek, cutting off his urge to laugh. The sudden smack startled Black Zetsu, who had been preparing to melt into the ground. Obito rubbed his cheek and said earnestly, "Grandpa, I'll go ahead and start gathering the organization members. We need to plan our next steps." Madara nodded in approval. "Go ahead, Obito." With that, Obito disappeared in a blur, his Sharingan flaring. In the land of fields, Obito announced the organization's upcoming meeting. However, it would take at least half a month for everyone to gather. In Orochimaru's office, Obito sat casually on the desk, his legs crossed as he gazed at the snake-like shinobi. "Orochimaru, how's the task I gave you coming along?" Orochimaru gave a thin, bitter smile. "Lord Obito, I've found some clues, but I'll need more time." Obito frowned. "If you can't locate Uchiha Izuna, fine. But what's the holdup with the summoning scrolls for the first and second Hokage?" A flicker of something unreadable passed through Orochimaru's eyes. Bowing slightly to conceal his expression, he replied, "My focus has been entirely on finding Uchiha Izuna. That's why. I could explain my recent progress." Obito waved him off impatiently. "No need. Forget Izuna for now." "Good. He bought it," Orochimaru thought with a trace of relief. Obito stood and patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. "I have a new task for you. I need you to locate the remains of 2 individuals urgently." Orochimaru's smile froze. "Again?" Summoning his courage, Orochimaru asked, "Lord Obito, who might these 2 individuals be this time? Have you heard of the Gold and Silver Brothers? The 2 elite jonin of Kumovikure?" Obito asked. Orochimaru's tongue flicked out as he grinned. "I've certainly heard of them. The infamous brothers, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, were known as the 2 lights of Kumo. Their legendary exploits included killing the second Raikage and cornering the second Hokage, forcing him to sacrifice himself." Obito clapped Orochimaru on the shoulder. "I want their summoning scrolls within a month. If you succeed, I'll share that piece of intel you've been after." Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. Compared to finding Uchiha Izuna, retrieving the Gold and Silver Brothers' remains seemed like a walk in the park. "Rest assured, I won't disappoint you." Obito's gaze turned sharp. "You'd better not. If you delay my plans, there will be consequences." Orochimaru's smile faltered as unease rippled through him. Chapter 185, The Yoro Organization's Annual Meeting. Obito glanced at Orochimaru and clapped his hands impatiently. "What are you standing around for? Get moving already! Now! Immediately! Right this second! Go work!" Orochimaru looked stunned as he processed Obito's outburst. "But, isn't the organization meeting happening in just a few days?" Waiting dismissively, Obito retorted, "Time is tight. You can skip the meeting. Focus on your tasks instead." "This..." Orochimaru's eyes briefly flashed with venomous resentment. "Uchiha Obito! Not only did you take over my village, but now you're excluding me from the organization's meetings as well. You bleeping son of a bleep, bleep." Orochimaru mentally unleashed every colorful curse he had learned from Haiden, directing them all at Obito. But the reality of power dynamics prevailed. Though he seethed with hatred, wishing he could devour Obito alive, Orochimaru maintained a facade of respect. "I understand, Lord Obito. I'll find..." "Enough!" Obito interrupted, pointing to his ear with annoyance. "Spare me the nonsense. I'm tired of hearing it." "Yes." Swallowing his fury, Orochimaru bowed his head and left the room, his teeth clenched in frustration. Watching Orochimaru's retreating figure, trembling ever so slightly, and recalling the venom in his eyes, Obito's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Haha, I bet that snake wishes he could kill me right now." Obito never considered recruiting someone like Orochimaru, a self-serving opportunist loyal only to his own goals. He was merely a tool, useful for the moment. Toying with his mask, Obito's gaze turned contemplative. For now, he's a piece on the board, waiting for the right moment to be played. Perhaps he'll serve a surprising purpose when the time comes. Though Obito despised Orochimaru's nature, he acknowledged the value of someone driven purely by self-interest. Such people were abundant in the shinobi world. By contrast, individuals like Jiraiya, Naruto, or Yahiko, viewed by most as eccentric idealists, were rare and uniquely precious. At that thought, Obito let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. People like Orochimaru are the easiest to manipulate. Just stay stronger than them and offer enough benefits, it's that simple. Orochimaru's eventual redemption? Was it due to a sudden moral epiphany? A great awakening of conscience? Or maybe, he just realized he couldn't beat anyone anymore. Who knows? Obito didn't have the patience to wait for such redemption. 2 weeks later. The Yoru organization's meeting room. All 5 members, aside from Orochimaru, who was away on a mission, were present. Looking at his assembled subordinates, Obito nodded in satisfaction. For S-rank rogue shinobi and 1 S-rank rebellious youth, a lineup so impressive that only he could bring it together. Now that everyone's here, let's begin the meeting, Obito announced, his gaze shifting to Kakuzu. He gave the man a subtle signal. As per tradition, our treasurer will start by summarizing the organization's performance over the past year. Kakuzu nodded, his voice steady as he began, I'll keep it brief. In line with our goals of growth and dominance, the Yoru organization underwent significant expansion last year. As of now, we have 21 members, 9 S-rank rogue shinobi and 12 A-rank. This past year has been extraordinary. We've weathered challenges and forged ahead. Unbearable. Haiden fiddled with his scythe, silently cursing Kakuzu. Deidara, meanwhile, entertained himself by shaping clay into miniature figures, pestering Sasori for feedback. Though Sasori ignored him, Deidara remained as enthusiastic as ever. The only one paying full attention to Kakuzu's speech was none other than a certain earnest individual. Kakuzu. 30 minutes later, the rhythmic sound of snoring filled the room. ZZZ. ZZZ. Turning to locate the source, Obito saw Haiden dozing while leaning on his scythe. Obito. The others weren't much better. Deidara's head was bobbing, on the verge of collapsing. Sasori sat with his eyes open but completely vacant, clearly daydreaming. Even Kisame's expression betrayed his growing struggle to stay awake. Kakuzu. An hour later, Kakuzu was still droning on. Even Obito was starting to regret his decision. Next time, never let him keep it brief. When Kakuzu finally wrapped up, nearly everyone was either asleep or checked out. Obito had to raise his voice to rouse them. Wake up, everyone! I have an important announcement. One by one, the group stirred back to life. Once they were alert enough, Obito declared, I've gathered you here today to exercise my authority as leader and assign you a critical task. Curiosity piqued, all eyes turned to Obito. Since its founding, the Yoru organization's leader had never directly issued a mission. Many had suspected that Obito created the group on a whim, more as a hobby than anything else. To be honest, I don't know why I made this organization. I just felt like it. So, his first command naturally caught everyone's attention. Haiden yawned, speaking impatiently, hurry up. Don't keep us in suspense. Nodding slightly, Obito cut to the chase. I need your help capturing the Jinchuriki of each village. The room fell silent for a moment. Aside from Kakuzu, who remained impassive, the others broke into mischievous grins. Obito was stirring up trouble. Capturing a village's Jinchuriki was equivalent to stealing their nuclear weapons. Such an act would lead to an all-out war. This is my one and only request of you, Obito continued with a sly smile. Complete your assignments, and I'll never impose another mandatory task on you. One request, huh? Each member reacted differently to Obito's words. Sasori was the first to ask, Leader, what do you need the tailed beast's power for? Shrugging, Obito replied, "If I said it was for peace, none of you would believe me." Deidara, however, was thrilled. Another chance to spread art. Just the thought gets me excited. Maybe Sasori can collect some new materials along the way, Chapter 186, Rise Again. Hayden wiped the saliva off his scythe, slinging it onto his shoulder with a disgruntled expression. Ugh! But it sounds like such a pain. Obito remained silent, staring at Hayden with a mix of exasperation and amusement. For some reason, Hayden's personality reminded him of a certain pineapple-headed someone. Kakuzu's green eyes glinted as he turned to Obito and asked in a low voice, "What's the share for each of us?" Obito pondered for a moment before answering, "Each of you is responsible for capturing one Jinchuriki. I've already made arrangements based on your individual abilities. Kakuzu and Hayden, you'll handle the 2 tails and the 7 tails. Sasori and Deidara, you'll take on the 1 tail and the 5 tails. Kisame, gather a few capable individuals from the village to capture the 6 tails. Any objections?" Kisame bared his sharp teeth in a sinister grin. "No complaints here, Obito-san." Obito's gaze swept across the group. Once everyone nodded in agreement, he finally relaxed. "Remember, the Jinchuriki must be captured alive. Do not kill them," he emphasized, a warning laced in his tone. He wasn't about to let his subordinates' brutality ruin his plans. If they killed the Jinchuriki, his dream of combining the Susanoo and the Buddha would remain forever out of reach. Unsurprisingly, Hayden scowled. Why do they have to be alive? Such a hassle. Kakuzu cast a glance at Hayden and spoke in his usual monotone. If a Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast within them disappears. Just listen to the leader. Obito nodded slightly in Kakuzu's direction before continuing. For now, focus on intelligence gathering. We'll launch the operation in a month. Once you've captured the Jinchuriki, bring them back to the village. Leave the rest to me. With that, Obito allowed a faint smile to curve his lips, his gaze flitting toward an unnoticed corner. As expected, a certain snake had taken the bait, eavesdropping on the meeting. Although Orochimaru believed himself to be well hidden, he couldn't escape Obito's perceptive abilities. Curiosity killed the snake, Orochimaru, Obito mused with a smirk. Later that night, within a heavily guarded room, a small white snake slithered past numerous defenses, silently entering the space. The snake transformed into a humanoid figure and began searching the room. In a concealed compartment, the figure discovered a notebook. Write your name in it. Flipping through the pages, they found that the notebook was mostly blank, with several pages in the front torn out. Undeterred, the figure traced the faint indentations left on the paper, trying to reconstruct the missing content. 9-tailed beasts. 10 tails. Land of rivers, base. The fragmented words alone were enough to make the figure's eyes shine with excitement. Heh. Seems I've stumbled upon a rather juicy secret, Orochimaru hissed, a wicked grin spreading across his face. 20 days later, Orochimaru entered Obito's room, holding 2 scrolls with a deferential air. "Obito-sama, I have fulfilled your request without fail," he said, stepping forward and presenting the scrolls. Taking the scrolls, Obito patted Orochimaru's shoulder with satisfaction. "Well done, Orochimaru." As promised. Obito retrieved another scroll from his robes and tossed it to Orochimaru. "This is for you, information on the Kagaya clan." Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with delight as he caught the scroll. Just what I needed, he thought. This might hold the key to curing that child's illness. Still, a shadow of doubt lingered. But where did Uchiha Obito even get this information? Not just the Kagaya clan's secrets, Obito seemed to know everything, from Kimamaro's illness to Orochimaru's innermost ambitions. It's as if I'm completely exposed before him, without a shred of privacy. I must find a way to exploit his weaknesses, or I'll never break free from his control. Orochimaru resolved silently. After obtaining the gold and silver brothers' summoning scrolls, Obito soon left. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru retreated to a secluded lab outside the village. Obito's been busy gathering intel on the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. Most likely, he's hunting Rashi next, Orochimaru mused, recalling the contents of the notebook. Ambitious little brat. More daring than me, even. Challenging the entire ninja world to capture the Jinchuriki and summon the Ten Tails. Obito, just how far will you go? Fascinating. As he murmured, Orochimaru meticulously prepared 2 Edo Tensei arrays on the floor. Heading to an adjacent chamber, he retrieved 2 unconscious bodies, former subordinates who had willingly offered themselves for his experiments. Orochimaru had grafted Hashirama's cells into these bodies, crafting ideal vessels for the Edo Tensei. Placing the bodies at the array's centers, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Your sacrifices won't be in vain, he declared, pulling out 2 scrolls with fervent intensity. Because you too will house the ninja world's greatest souls. Spreading the scrolls open, Orochimaru formed a series of hand seals and exclaimed, Edo Tensei. Dark seals lit up as countless talismans enveloped the 2 bodies, forming cocoons of paper. With a loud rustle, the paper receded, revealing 2 figures clad in cracked, dust-covered armor. The oppressive aura they exuded was overwhelming, even in their incomplete states. One stood tall, with long black hair and piercing eyes. He wore a black combat suit beneath red lamellar armor, the emblem of the Senju clan engraved on his shoulder. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The other had silver hair and red eyes, his striking face marked by 3 crimson streaks. Clad in a black suit and blue lamellar armor trimmed with white fur, he emanated an equally formidable presence. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Chapter 187, Hashirama, Tobirama. Through the summoning of a spiritual contract, the souls of Hashirama and Tobirama were drawn into their Edo Tensei vessels. In the next instant, the lifeless eyes of their Edo bodies suddenly regained their brilliance. The Edo Tensei was complete. As stagnant thoughts began to flow again, the brothers gradually regained their consciousness. They flexed their stiff bodies and surveyed their surroundings with curiosity. When Hashirama's gaze fell on his younger brother, Tobirama, he spoke. Tobirama, what's going on here? Edo Tensei, being Tobirama's creation, meant he immediately understood their predicament. Brother, Tobirama explained, it seems we've been resurrected in this world. Hashirama mused, Edo Tensei, huh? It looks like no matter the world, war always finds a way to persist. Turning, Tobirama noticed the pale, snake-like man standing behind them. Young man, Tobirama said with a hint of intrigue, was it you who used a forbidden technique to summon my brother and me? You're quite something, he added with a trace of admiration. As the creator of Edo Tensei, Tobirama was confident he could break free from the caster's control at any time. Relaxing slightly, he decided to indulge in a conversation with this mysterious summoner. After all, being brought back to the world of the living was a rare experience. The snake-like man, Orochimaru, licked his lips and said, Tobirama-sama, your jutsu wasn't particularly difficult. Frankly, you should never have created Edo Tensei in the first place. Hashirama nodded in agreement. That's not a good jutsu, Tobirama. I told you back then. Brother, stop nagging me. Tobirama interrupted with a sharp glare. I'm trying to talk to him. But Tobirama. Quiet! Tobirama snapped, folding his arms. Oh! Hashirama immediately wilted, his bright demeanor dimming into what resembled a black-and-white sketch. Orochimaru let out a sinister laugh. He hadn't expected the legendary god of shinobi to behave so, unlike his reputation. Amused, Hashirama's attention shifted to Orochimaru. His colors returned as he tilted his head and asked, by the way, who are you, young man? With a slight bow, Orochimaru introduced himself politely, my apologies for the oversight, first Hokage-sama, second Hokage-sama. I am Orochimaru, a student of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing this, Hashirama's eyes lit up in surprise. Oh? So Sarutobi is the Hokage now? He sighed nostalgically. I suppose I've been dead for quite a long time. Orochimaru respectfully replied, yes, first Hokage-sama. It's currently year 55 of the Hidden Leaf calendar. Sarutobi-sensei has already retired, and the village is now led by the fourth Hokage. A faint smile appeared on Tobirama's face. It seemed Sarutobi hadn't let him down, ensuring the continued growth of Konohagakure. But as he thought of Sarutobi's devoted student, who had resurrected them with such blatant disregard, Tobirama's expression quickly darkened. You, Tobirama said coldly, as a member of Konoha, dare to misuse my jutsu and toy with our souls? Such audacity! Unfazed, Orochimaru smirked in a manner reminiscent of Uchiha Obito's cocky grin. My apologies, esteemed Hokage-sama, but I am no longer a shinobi of Konoha, Orochimaru said mockingly. I summoned you here because I need you to accomplish something for me. Tobirama scoffed, crossing his arms. What an arrogant child. To think you can command us with such impudence. Orochimaru's serpentine tongue flicked as he chuckled. Under the control of my Edo Tensei, you will naturally obey my orders, second Hokage-sama. Enough! Tobirama barked, his chakra flaring violently. Blue energy spiraled around him, tearing through the walls. You seem to forget one crucial fact, Orochimaru. Orochimaru's smirk deepened. Oh? Please, enlighten me. Tobirama sneered, exuding absolute confidence. Edo Tensei is my creation. You cannot bind me. With that declaration, he shouted, break. But to his shock, he found himself unable to regain control of his body. Tobirama tried again, yelling, break! Break! Watching his brother struggle, Hashirama mused silently, if Tobirama weren't in an Edo body, his face would be crimson by now. Seems Sarutobi's student has some skill. Still, as an elder brother, Hashirama couldn't let his sibling falter. He clapped a hand on Tobirama's shoulder and said earnestly, Tobirama, are you sure you can do this? Tobirama's face flushed with frustration. Break! Break! Damn it! Break! Hashirama laughed heartily. Your senses are dull, Tobirama. He's strengthened the jutsu's hold using my cells. Damn it! Tobirama growled, glaring at Orochimaru. His enhanced perception now confirmed it, the snake-like man's body was infused with his brother's cells. Enough reminiscing, Hokage-sama, Orochimaru said, cutting off their banter with a wicked grin. Though your current strength is but a fraction of your prime, I've ensured you'll serve my plans perfectly. Before Tobirama could retort, his thoughts became muddled, his mind clouded by Orochimaru's influence. Both brothers fell silent, their brilliance dimmed by restricted thoughts. Seeing them subdued, Orochimaru smiled in satisfaction. With their mental and physical limits in place, they're only at 30 or 40% of their original power. But that's enough for my plan. His long-awaited Konoha crush was about to begin. Chapter 188, 7 Tails, 6 Tails, and 1 Tail. Takigakure. Outside the residence of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Fu. Two jonin assigned to guard the Jinchuriki simultaneously placed their hands on the hilts of their swords. What is it? What's going on? Is there an enemy? Seeing the two guards on high alert, Fu's young face was filled with confusion. Fu, stay behind us. One of the jonin, named Yoro, protectively placed an arm in front of Fu and spoke in a low voice. Kagen, did you feel that? Kagen nodded grimly. Someone's been watching us from the shadows for a while now. The two exchanged glances, an incredulous expression crossing their faces. Someone dared to target the Jinchuriki inside Takigakure? Clearly, this person didn't know the meaning of the word death. Drawing his long blade, Kagen shouted toward the nearby forest. Hey, you hiding over there! Come out! We've already found you. Two figures emerged unhurriedly from the woods. One was a sharp-looking man with slick-back hair. His tone was mocking as he addressed the trio. I told you this was a hassle. We can't even kill them. What a pain. Kagan and Yoro's anger flared instantly at the man's insolence. Who the hell are you? Behind them, Fu peeked out curiously and noticed something peculiar. Hey, mister over there. You're not from Takigakure, are you? The man, his green eyes the only feature visible behind his mask, nodded slowly. No, but I was. Fu's eyes lit up with excitement. I've heard of you. You're Kakuzu, the guy who failed to assassinate the Hokage and fled after stealing a village elder's heart. Kagan's expression shifted dramatically. Keikakuzu? Yoro was equally stunned. That's impossible. How old would he even be now? Fu's voice trembled with excitement. I've always wanted to meet you, Kakuzu-senpai. Let's be friends. Haiden, standing beside Kakuzu and leaning on his scythe, rolled his eyes. Kakuzu, is this girl an idiot? Kakuzu shook his head, his tone indifferent. No idea. I left the village a long time ago. To everyone's shock, Fu stepped out from behind her guards and approached Kakuzu, holding out her hands. Let's start as tea-drinking friends. Please, Kakuzu-senpai. Fu, stop. Kagan's face turned red with fury. Guards! We're under attack. But before anyone could react further, Haiden spat on his hands, swung his massive scythe, and struck Fu on the back of her head. With a dull thud, the girl collapsed instantly. Ha! Capturing a Jinchuriki is easier than I thought, Haiden cackled. And that sound. She's got a good head for it, huh, Kakuzu? Kakuzu crouched down, slinging the unconscious Fu over his shoulder. His voice was calm. Let's move. I'd like to finish a few more jobs on the way back. The furious shouts of pursuing Takigakure shinobi grew louder behind them. You bastards! Put her down now! Dozens of ninja had already arrived, surrounding the duo and blocking their escape. Haiden's grin widened as he gripped his side eagerly. Kakuzu, these guys are perfect for a little ritual. You mind if I kill them all? Kakuzu glanced at the approaching forces, set Fu down against a tree, and muttered, Make it quick. You've got an hour. That's more than enough time to send them all to meet the gods. Haiden laughed maniacally, charging into the fray. An isolated mountain village. 4 men with fearsome auras walked through the quiet streets of the village. Kisame Hashigaki. Juzo Biwa. Raiga Kurasuki. Zabuza Momochi. The 4 rogue shinobi from Kirigakure exuded false kindness as they advanced deeper into the village. After some time, Zabuza halted, a cruel grin spreading across his face. There he is, our target. Perched atop a high tree branch was a handsome man wearing a blue haori, casually blowing bubbles. The 6 tails Jinchuriki, Utakata. Utakata leaped down, his serene gaze sweeping over the 4 attackers. You've come for me, haven't you? Did Kirigakure send you to capture me? Raiga chuckled darkly. No, don't misunderstand. We're rogue mean, just like you. Kisame grinned wickedly. But we're here for Obito's cause, so we still need to take you back. Utakata scoffed. Of course. It's always about the tailed beast inside me. A surge of crimson chakra enveloped him, forming 6 tails behind his back. Faced with the immense power of a Jinchuriki, the 4 hardened shinobi steeled themselves. Not an easy one, huh? Kisame muttered, drawing Samahata. Let's go! Sunagakure. Laughter echoed through the skies above the village. Art is an explosion, yeah. Daidara's clay bird circled high above, dropping bomb after bomb. Boom! 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 The village erupted into chaos, fire, and destruction everywhere. But no one paid attention to Daidara. All eyes were on the massive puppet rampaging through the streets. Is that the missing 3rd Kazekage? Someone turned him into a puppet. And he's controlling hundreds of puppets at once. This is the work of Sasori of the Red Sand. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, hovered on a platform of gold dust, his expression grim. Behind him, a frail, elderly figure approached, her gaze heavy with emotion. "Grandson." Sasori's brows furrowed at the word, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face. "Troublesome," he muttered. "Grandma Chio, why don't you just sit this one out?" Sasori said coldly, commanding his army of puppets forward. The Land of Frost. Obito stood before a rugged man with crimson hair tied back, his face lined with years of hardship. The man's determined eyes met Obito's unyielding gaze. Obito chuckled darkly. Finally, he had found his target, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi. Chapter 189, Lava Release vs. Lava Release. Rashi, the Jinchuriki of the Four-Tails, was once a shinobi of a Wagakure in the Land of Earth. Due to his stubborn and headstrong personality, he clashed with the Tsuchikage and eventually left the village. Now, Rashi lives as a wandering monk, dedicating himself to travel and training, doing little else. At this moment, Rashi frowned slightly, scrutinizing the figure blocking his path. The man before him was dressed in a flowing blue robe and wore a strange, unsettling mask. A massive white fan with a yellow handle and black trim was strapped to his back. His eccentric outfit was matched only by the crazed grin plastered across his face as he chuckled without restraint. After a moment of careful observation, Rashi found no useful information and decided to be direct. "Who are you, and why are you standing in my way?" The man's grin faded slightly, and he responded in a light-hearted tone. "I've long heard that your lava release is unmatched in the world. I'm here to challenge you and see it for myself." Hearing this, Rashi's frown smoothed out, his expression growing calm. "So, you've done your homework. You came here prepared, then." The man chuckled once more. "To experience your lava release, I came all this way. Don't disappoint me, Rashi." Rashi cast his bag to the side, his face hardening. "You won't be disappointed, young man. I'm coming." With that, Rashi leaped forward, his toes propelling him off the ground as he charged at the masked man. "Good," the man laughed maniacally. "Show me what you've got. Let's see if this trip was worth it." For the masked man, seeking power without relying on the system meant mastering abilities on his own. Among these, the Kekkai Genkai Lava Release was an ideal focus. This was why he had gone to such lengths to track down and confront Rashi. He wanted to sharpen his own skills using the Jinchuriki as his grindstone. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Rashi had already finished weaving hand seals. 10 steps away from his opponent, he launched his technique. Lava Release, Scorching Flow Peak Rock. With a low growl, Rashi spat out a series of molten orbs, each half a meter in diameter, which streaked toward the masked man. Unfazed, the man calmly formed hand seals of his own and unleashed the same technique. Lava Release, Scorching Flow Peak Rock. A volley of molten spheres burst forth, colliding midair with Rashi's attack. "What?" Rashi's eyes widened in shock. The enemy could also use Lava Release? A deafening explosion followed as the lava spheres lost momentum and crashed to the ground. As the smoke cleared, Rashi stood motionless, his gaze complicated as it lingered on the masked man. "I didn't expect you to possess the Lava Release Kekkai Genkai as well. No wonder you came to challenge me." His eyes sharpened. "Then let me show you the true power of Lava Release." The masked man's anticipation grew as a red, tail-like appendage sprouted from behind Rashi. It moved like a living creature, brimming with ominous chakra. "Try this!" Rashi roared. "This is my ultimate lava release technique, perfected over decades of practice." Molten chakra poured from Rashi's body, enveloping him entirely. Scorching hot lava flowed over his form, solidifying into a durable suit of armor. Witnessing this transformation, the masked man's expression turned peculiar. "Decades of training for your ultimate lava release, huh?" He smirked. "Well, I suppose my lava chakra mode could also be called the ultimate lava release." Thanks to the system's rewards, he had mastered it effortlessly, an irony that wasn't lost on him. Rashi had spent decades honing this ability, and yet, he could replicate it in seconds. It almost felt disrespectful. After a brief hesitation, the man clapped his hands together. Lava chakra mode. Molten lava coursed over his skin, forming a thick, gleaming armor identical to Rashi's. What? Rashi was stunned. The armor he had spent a lifetime perfecting, this young man could also use it? For a fleeting moment, the calm he had cultivated over decades wavered. He stared silently at his opponent before muttering, "Impressive, young man. Prepare yourself, I'm coming." Empowered by his lava chakra mode and the Four-Tails chakra, Rashi's speed skyrocketed. In a flash, he shattered the ground beneath him and closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the man's face. The masked man reacted swiftly, raising his arms to block. Boom! 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 A relentless barrage of heavy blows rained down, each strike chipping away at the molten armor. As the masked man blocked and evaded, he marveled at Rashi's precision. Your chakra control is incredible, Rashi-senpai, so precise, so refined. Rashi ignored the compliment, his strikes unrelenting. He noted how his opponent could still analyze and converse mid-battle, an impressive show of confidence and skill. After forcing the man back with a powerful palm strike, Rashi summoned a weapon with a deft motion. Molten chakra coalesced into a staff, roughly 1.5 meters long, its diameter reducing to allow for speed and flexibility. Whoa, the masked man muttered. For a moment, he stared at his own fan, lost in thought. And yet, the battle continued. Chapter 190, Susanoo infused with human. As Obito momentarily let his focus waver, Rashi seized the opportunity. In his hands was a thin lava staff, which he swung down fiercely at Obito. Swoosh! Obito quickly raised his fan to block the attack, only to realize the imagined brute force never arrived. What seemed like an overwhelming strike was merely a feint. In a flash, the lava staff redirected mid-swing, arcing toward Obito's face like a rainbow slicing through the air. Swish! Faced with the lightning-fast attack, Obito instinctively tapped his toes to the ground and leapt back, narrowly evading the strike. Phew, that was close. Almost had to phase through it. He had come here to experience Rashi's lava release firsthand. Turning on his intangibility would have taken the fun out of it. Capitalizing on his momentum, Rashi pressed forward relentlessly. The lava staff jabbed, swept, slashed, and swung, forcing Obito into a purely defensive stance. Boom! 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 In mere minutes, the two had already exchanged over 100 blows. While Obito's mastery of lava release wasn't as refined as Rashi's, his terrifying physical capabilities allowed him to hold his ground, resulting in a stalemate. Rashi's expression grew grave. After so many exchanges, he still hadn't managed to overpower Obito. He couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. It was time for that technique. Son Goku, lend me your strength. Rashi called out in his mind. I'm ready, replied the Four-Tails. The next moment, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted, and a menacing aura flooded the battlefield. Whoosh! Whoosh! The lava armor encasing Rashi was replaced by a sinister coat of crimson chakra. On all fours, his body arched slightly, and 4 scarlet tails swayed ominously behind him. Half-tailed beast form. Seriously? Going straight to half-tailed beast mode? That's dirty. Obito muttered, clearly unamused. But Rashi had no intention of playing fair. The seasoned fighter opted for a sneak attack. Mini-tailed beast bomb. The half-transformed Rashi opened his mouth and spat out a small, purple sphere of compressed energy. Whoosh! The terrifyingly dense projectile tore through the air, hitting Obito in less than 3 seconds. But instead of panic, Obito's face lit up with excitement. Ha ha ha! Finally, I get to use this move. Rashi blinked in confusion, watching as Obito gripped his Uchiha fan tightly. Like a tennis player returning a serve, Obito swung the fan with precision, smacking the tailed beast bomb back toward its owner. Uchiha reflect. The purple sphere rocketed back toward Rashi with alarming speed. Boom! A blinding explosion erupted as the bomb detonated inches away from Rashi, its devastating force flinging him backward. Though not gravely injured, Rashi was furious. The sheer disrespect of Obito's counterattack stung more than the blast itself. Letting out a roar of frustration, Rashi's chakra surged again, and his body began to grow. Grah! Obito's pupils contracted slightly. No way. Full-tailed beast transformation? In a matter of moments, Rashi's form shifted, expanding rapidly until he took on the towering figure of a crimson ape, the true form of the Four Tails, Son Goku. Boom! The giant ape slammed into the ground, shaking the earth beneath them. Standing over 30 meters tall, the beast exuded raw power, its muscular body and four swinging tails radiating an aura of primal ferocity. Looking down at the ant-sized Obito, the Four Tails let out a guttural grunt of confusion. Rather than fear, the tiny figure below seemed even more exhilarated. Obito clasped his hands together, his voice trembling with excitement. You started this mecha battle. Don't regret it now. Would release, great forest crumbling. The ground beneath their feet quaked as enormous trees shot up, their roots twisting and branches spreading into a dense forest. Rashi frowned, unease creeping into his expression. Would release? The first Hokage's technique? A dual Kekkei Jinkai? In his mind, Son Goku growled anxiously. Rashi, finish him quickly. We can't let him continue. The Four Tails' memory of being subdued by the first Hokage made its anxiety palpable. Rashi nodded gravely. Got it! The giant ape leaped into the air, its massive frame moving with surprising agility as it traversed the forest. In no time, it loomed above Obito, its colossal fist raised high. Wham! But just as the devastating punch was about to land, it came to an abrupt halt. What? It wasn't hesitation or second thoughts. The massive fist simply couldn't move. A giant wooden hand, formed from twisting roots and branches, had latched onto the ape's arm like an iron shackle. Would release, would human jutsu. Obito declared with a grin. Towering even higher than the Four Tails was a gargantuan wooden human. Its golden eyes gleamed menacingly as it locked its gaze on the crimson ape. No matter how hard the Four Tails struggled, it couldn't break free of the human's grip. This is impossible. Rashi muttered, disbelief washing over him. The Four Tails, known for its monstrous strength, was being overpowered. Son Goku roared in frustration. Rashi, give it everything you've got. We can't afford to lose here. Breaking free with a final surge of strength, the crimson ape retreated momentarily. But Obito, standing atop the wood human's head, merely laughed. Ah! You're the first to witness this next move, Rashi-senpai. Try to keep up. A torrent of blue chakra erupted from Obito, enveloping the massive wood human. Clapping his hands together, he shouted. Susanoo! Armor formed around the wooden colossus, outfitting it with the visage of a fearsome Tengu warrior. Drawing a massive blade from its back, the armored human advanced toward the Four Tails, its eyes glowing with murderous intent. Inside Rashi's mind, Son Goku's voice trembled. This level of chakra. Is he a tailed beast too? And that combination of techniques. How could one person possess them both? Rashi clenched his fists. Son Goku. Can we win this? The Four Tails sighed deeply. At this point, all we can do is try. The crimson ape conjured a lava staff in its hands, the molten rock solidifying into a formidable weapon. Letting out a battle cry, the Four Tails lunged at the armored human. Clang! 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 The clash of titans began, each strike sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The armored wood human swung its blade with relentless aggression, while the Four Tails wielded its staff defensively, forming a nigh-impenetrable barrier around itself. And so, the earth trembled under their monumental duel. Chapter 191, The Great Konoha Operation. The clash between two colossal entities could only be described as earth-shattering. The sound of blade meeting staff resounded like thunder, and the terrifying shockwaves were visible to the naked eye. Boom! 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 The armored wooden human charged forward, its heavy steps causing the ground to groan under the immense pressure. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. After a while, Obito started to feel bored. Even though the armored wooden human had the upper hand, it still couldn't break through the human ape's defense. Four Tails, your strength is truly formidable, Obito remarked with a faint sigh. The word sent a shiver down Son Goku's spine. So similar, far too similar. Even his tone was exactly like that man's. Unbeknownst to Obito, his casual comment had stirred up painful memories within Son Goku. Obito, however, was preoccupied with trying out a new technique. Orange-red eyeshadow appeared around his eyes as he seamlessly entered Sage mode. Clapping his hands together, he called out, "Would release, wooden hands technique." Would release, wooden hands technique, a technique where chakra is sent into the ground to create and control wooden hands. Massive wooden hands, each towering several meters high, emerged relentlessly from the ground, reaching toward the giant ape. The sudden appearance of the hands startled the ape, who immediately swung its long staff in a fierce horizontal sweep. But under the relentless control of Obito's chakra, the wooden hands seemed endless, forcing the giant ape into a defensive stance with no room for counterattack. Watching the ape caught in the wooden hands technique, Obito did not have the armored wooden human press the attack. Instead, he clapped his hands together again and shouted, "Sage art, would release, true several thousand hands." Amid the deafening roar, a massive statue of the thousand-armed cannon emerged, standing over 100 meters tall. This was a scaled-down budget version, limited by the use of Hashirama's cells. The wooden statue of cannon, with countless arms raised high, gazed down at the giant ape with a serene, benevolent expression. Feeling the light around it dim, the ape struggled to lift its head and look up, only to see the full form of the cannon statue looming above. Son Goku's voice trembled as he muttered, "What is this?" Obito chuckled sinisterly, clapping his hands once more. "Heh heh heh. Sage art, would release, top transformed Buddha." The tranquil statue instantly turned into a wrathful deity, its countless arms forming massive fists. Like a storm of divine punishment, the fists rained down upon the ape. Faced with the overwhelming barrage, the ape was overcome with despair. This is the end. It was clear that trying it out had only led to its doom. Boom! 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 The flurry of punches landed in rapid succession, each carrying an unimaginable force, targeting the ape's face relentlessly. Obito burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! These punches hold 20 years of my training. Can you withstand them, old-timer? Should I go easy and use just one hand?" At first, the giant ape barely managed to block a few blows. But as it stared at the remaining 998 fists, despair gripped it once more. Who could possibly endure this? Under the ceaseless onslaught of the cannon statue's fists, the ape had no chance to fight back. It was pounded into the ground, leaving only a deep crater behind. In truth, the ape seemed to lose consciousness after about 500 punches. But just to be sure, Obito delivered the remaining 500 blows. When the 1,000 punches were complete, Obito retracted his technique and let out a satisfied sigh. Phew, that move is incredibly stress-relieving. So satisfying. Looking down at the unconscious giant ape, Obito commanded the armored wooden human to step forward. Now, for the final step. The Susanoo surrounding the wooden human dissipated, revealing a black seal character on its hand. Would release, would dragon technique. Would release, would dragon technique, a would release technique used to suppress tailed beasts, once employed by Hashirama to control the Nine Tails. With a faint pop, Son Goku's consciousness was suppressed, and the giant ape disappeared entirely, leaving only the unconscious Rashi lying in the crater. Looking down at Rashi, Obito chuckled softly. "Since you helped me practice, I'll spare your life for now." On the streets of Konoha, a woman dressed in a traditional kimono and possessing a gentle demeanor walked slowly toward the village hospital. As she stepped inside, she smiled faintly and murmured softly, "The plan begins now." At the same time, outside Konoha's gates, two figures approached side by side. One wore black hair and red armor, while the other had silver hair and blue armor. Izumo Kamizuki froze in shock at the sight. What the? Before he could finish, the man in red armor leapt forward, landing before the gates and delivering a devastating punch. Clang! The massive gates, several meters thick, were sent flying dozens of meters. Kotetsu Hagane immediately sounded the alarm. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The enemy is... He paused, his pupils contracting in shock. The enemy is... the first and second Hokage? What? Hearing this, the nearby shinobi froze in confusion. Kotetsu must be spouting nonsense, right? Could he be caught in a genjutsu? But in the next moment, the chakra emanating from the two men erupted. Their terrifying aura shot into the sky, enveloping all of Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Minato's expression immediately darkened. Without hesitation, he leaped from the window, a streak of golden light racing toward the source of the disturbance. He wasn't the only one. Every ninja in Konoha sprang into action, heading toward the commotion. Back at the hospital, the woman in the kimono continued ascending the stairs, unhurried. If I'm not mistaken, the girl should be on the next floor. The woman was none other than Orochimaru in disguise. His objective this time was to capture Obito's weakness, nowhere a Rin. With Konoha stronger than ever, its defenses far surpassed those of the third Hokage's era. The only way to deal with Rin's guards and smuggle her out of the village unnoticed was to create a massive distraction elsewhere. At this moment, all of Konoha's attention should be on those two legends. Listening to the deafening commotion outside, Orochimaru smiled faintly. No one will notice me. Just as he congratulated himself, a green-clad woman carrying a ball passed him by. After a few steps, the woman paused and turned to look at Orochimaru. No way. Orochimaru's smile froze. 5 minutes earlier, in her office, Tsunade noticed the growing disturbance outside. Initially, she had no intention of interfering. After all, Konoha had plenty of capable hands to handle such matters. But then, two powerful auras erupted, and a sense of familiarity struck her. Confused and unsettled, she grabbed her cloak and hurried out. While descending the stairs, she passed by a kimono-clad woman. Tsunade abruptly stopped, instinctively turning to scrutinize the woman. Although she didn't recognize the face, something about the woman felt both familiar and off-putting. Under Tsunade's suspicious gaze, Orochimaru's disguised form began to sweat. Damn it! Feigning confusion, he forced a soft laugh and spoke in a gentle, feminine tone. Is something wrong, ma'am? Do you need something? Tsunade narrowed her eyes, danger gleaming in her gaze. Are you Orochimaru? How could she tell? Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained his feigned confusion. You must be mistaken. I don't know any Orochimaru. Tsunade clenched her fists, her expression turning cold. Don't play dumb. I know it's you, Orochimaru. The commotion in the village, it's your doing, isn't it? Chapter 192, The Great Konoha Battle. What a bother. Why did it have to be her? Orochimaru thought begrudgingly. Since his identity was already exposed, there was no point in keeping up the disguise. With a casual tug, he removed his kimono, revealing a brown combat suit underneath. A quick swipe across his face, and his male form returned. Hiss! It's been a while, Tsunade, Orochimaru said with a sly smile. Why the sour expression? Are you really that unhappy to see an old friend? Tsunade glared at him coldly, her words sharp and unyielding. Spare me the fake pleasantries. What is your purpose in coming to Konoha? Orochimaru's body tensed as he licked his lips. The Tsunade Heim I remember always kept herself out of other people's business. Why don't we part ways here? Just pretend you never saw me. How about that? Tsunade crossed her arms over her ample chest, a faint smirk playing on her lips. Do you really think that's possible, old friend? Orochimaru's eyes darkened as he pulled out a kunai. It seems our bond has reached its end today. With those words, he slashed his own arm with the kunai. Blood splattered everywhere. However, to Orochimaru's surprise, Tsunade didn't react at all. Instead, she burst into laughter, her body trembling as she found the situation hilariously absurd. Ha! 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 What are you doing, Orochimaru? Orochimaru's expression faltered. Your hemophobia is cured? Tsunade shrugged with a sly grin. Yep. On my way back to Konoha, a certain old pervert helped me overcome it. The image of a white-haired lecher flashed through her mind, stirring a mix of emotions in Tsunade's heart. Shaking her head, she pushed aside her thoughts and removed her green coat, tossing it aside casually. Enough small talk. Let's get this over with. Ha! With a shout, Tsunade threw a punch at Orochimaru. Boom! Before the fist landed, the sheer force of the punch generated a gust of wind, roaring toward Orochimaru like a tidal wave. Orochimaru's expression changed drastically. He knew better than anyone how terrifying Tsunade's monstrous strength could be. Back when he and Jiraiya played Rescue the Damsel as kids, Tsunade almost killed him during one of her outbursts. That was the closest he had ever come to death. Orochimaru's body bent backward at an unnatural angle, twisting grotesquely to dodge the incoming blow. Ha! Tsunade followed up with a spinning kick, her leg arcing fiercely toward Orochimaru. Crack! The force of her kick was enough to shatter mountains and split the earth. It landed squarely on Orochimaru, sending him crashing through the hospital wall and flying outside. Despite his modified body, even Orochimaru couldn't withstand Tsunade's monstrous power. Without hesitation, Tsunade charged through the hole in the wall, leaping from the 5th floor with a battle cry. Ha! On the ground, Orochimaru saw Tsunade descending toward him like a meteor. His pale face turned even whiter as he scrambled to roll out of the way. Boom! Tsunade landed, the impact leaving a deep crater in the ground. Without pausing, she lunged at Orochimaru again. Orochimaru dodged desperately, all the while scheming his next move. Something had clearly gone wrong with his plan. However, with the 2 lords he summoned keeping most of Konoha's forces occupied, he still had time. If he could take down Tsunade quickly, he could get things back on track. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his sly grin returned. If it was just Tsunade, he could handle her. But just then, a figure dropped down from above, calling out urgently. Tsunade, are you alright? When the newcomer saw Orochimaru, their face twisted in shock. Orochimaru? What are you doing here? Nan, Orochimaru's grin froze. Did he forget to check the calendar for bad omens before acting today? At Konoha's gates, Minato stood with an unprecedentedly serious expression, staring at the 2 figures before him. It's really them. The second Hokage and Edo Tensei? A kunai whizzed past, and Kakashi appeared beside Minato in an instant. Seeing the 2 figures clearly, Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Sensei, this is going to be a tough battle. The third to arrive was the 3rd Hokage, clad in his black combat attire. His face darkened as he looked at the resurrected figures of his teachers. Minato, Kakashi, let me assist you in this fight. Thank you, Lord Third. Behind them, more reinforcements continued to arrive, elite shinobi such as Hatake Sakumo, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, and many others. Even with 2 disasters avoided in this timeline, Konoha's strength had grown several-fold. Minato quickly issued orders. All non-jonin, evacuate immediately. Set up a perimeter and keep civilians away. After giving brief instructions, Minato, Kakashi, and Hiruzen charged toward Hashirama and Tobirama. The clash of powers was immediate. The sheer force of their confrontation could overturn carts and shatter walls. As the third Hokage stared at the familiar faces of his mentors, he couldn't help but ask, First Lord, Second Lord, can you hear me? Hashirama and Tobirama's vacant eyes showed no sign of recognition. Minato frowned. Lord Third, they likely have no consciousness in this state. Hiruzen nodded, sighing deeply. I know. I just... Before he could finish, Hashirama clapped his hands together and mechanically intoned. Would release, nativity of a sea of trees. Countless trees erupted from the ground, forming a dense forest in an instant. Massive branches shot toward the trio like spears. I'll handle this. Hiruzen formed hand seals rapidly, summoning 4 shadow clones. Fire release, great flame technique. 5 streams of fire roared forth, turning the forest into an inferno. In response, Tobirama clasped his hands and unleashed a torrent of water. Water release, water-severing wave. The water surged like a typhoon, extinguishing the flames and flooding the battlefield. Kakashi, watching from the side, couldn't hide his astonishment. To summon such a powerful water technique without a water source. Incredible! Chapter 193, Obito's Mercy. Inside Uchiha Madara's base. A flamboyant young man suddenly appeared, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha! Grandpa Madara, I've brought you a gift. Madara, standing with his hands behind his back, turned around at the sound and laughed as well. Ha ha, Obito, you silly child. You didn't need to bring anything just to visit, so, where's the gift? Looking at Obito's empty hands, Madara's tone shifted as he raised an eyebrow. Obito waved a hand dismissively, grinning. Don't be so hasty, Grandpa Madara. You'll love this one, trust me. Activating Kamui, a red-haired man dressed in purple suddenly appeared before them. Madara frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in his voice. And this is... Black Zetsu chuckled from the side. Madara-sama, I believe this is the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi. Oh? Madara's expression turned intrigued as he gazed at the unconscious Rashi on the ground. Well, this is indeed quite the gift, he said with a smile that suggested deeper intent. Obito smirked. As long as you like it, Grandpa Madara. I'll have a few more tailed beasts arriving soon. Once I've, signed for them, I'll bring them to you. Though unfamiliar with the term signed for, Madara nodded in satisfaction. Obito, you truly are a good grandson. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Obito scratched his head awkwardly, waving his hand in protest. Stop, stop, that's too much. Having grown up in a chaotic environment, Obito couldn't help but feel Madara's words carried a hidden jab instead of praise. Grandpa Madara, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. In a great mood, Madara clapped Obito on the shoulder. If there's something you want, just say the word. Grandpa will definitely fulfill it. Obito nodded slightly, his expression turning serious. Grandpa Madara, I'd like you to spare this man's life after extracting the tailed beast. In fact, when handling other Jinchuriki, I hope you can show some mercy as well. After a tailed beast is extracted, the Jinchuriki's life typically comes to an end. However, if a portion of the tailed beast's chakra is left behind during extraction, the Jinchuriki's life can be spared. Madara's brows furrowed slightly in displeasure. Obito, to accomplish great things, one must be both patient and ruthless. Compassion is a weakness. Spare them today, and they'll only come back seeking revenge. Obito responded with a calm smile. Grandpa Madara, achieving greatness also requires magnanimity. Even if the entire shinobi world becomes my enemy, what have I to fear? Before Madara could argue, Obito continued, his tone unwavering. Letting them live isn't about sentimentality. I simply find a few of them interesting and worth keeping around, nothing more. Their lives are insignificant to the grand plan, and whether they live or die is within our control. Showing a bit of mercy costs us nothing. As for whether they'll be grateful or seek revenge later, I don't care at all. Obito's words were resolute and firm. Madara thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. Very well. Since you've made up your mind, Grandpa will grant your request. As Obito had said, the lives of these individuals were inconsequential to the larger plan. If sparing them made his grandson more loyal, there was no harm in obliging. Madara formed hand seals and summoned the demonic statue of the outer path. Let's begin the sealing process, Obito. I'll need your assistance with extracting the tailed beast. Obito raised his chin slightly, smiling. Ha ha ha, no problem. Under Madara's direction, the two used the Phantom Dragon 9 consuming seals technique to extract the foretails from Rashi. Before sealing the beast completely, they drew out a portion of the tailed beast's chakra and returned it to Rashi's body, stabilizing his condition. With the process complete, the demonic statue's ominous eyes opened another notch. Stretching lazily, Obito remarked, Grandpa Madara, I'll leave the Four Tails Jinchuriki here for now. Once we successfully summon the 10 tails, we can return all the Jinchuriki to their respective places. Madara nodded slightly. Very well. He casually placed several seals on Rashi and motioned to Black Zetsu. Take him away and find a room to secure him. Black Zetsu bowed respectfully. Understood. With everything settled, Obito prepared to leave. Grandpa Madara, I'll be heading back now to check on the progress of our members and see if they need my help. Madara's smile deepened. Good. Grandpa looks forward to your good news. Obito nodded, activating Kamui to leave, his Sharingan glowing red. At that moment, he remained unaware of the turmoil unfolding in Konoha. Konoha. Outside Konoha Hospital, Jiraiya stood frozen, mirroring Orochimaru's dumbfounded expression. Just moments ago, Jiraiya had been preparing to assist the shinobi defending the village outskirts. However, passing by the hospital, he had heard the sounds of intense combat. His first thought was of his future wife being in danger. Reader, don't you mean your old partner? Reassured by the presence of Minato and Hiruzen at the gates, he decided to head to the hospital instead. To his shock, the combatants turned out to be Tsunade and Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Jiraiya couldn't stop himself from shouting. Orochimaru ignored him, lost in his own spiraling thoughts. His carefully planned infiltration mission had somehow devolved into an impromptu reunion? Seeing Jiraiya standing there dumbly, Tsunade snapped at him. Jiraiya, quit standing around. Help me take him down. The chaos at the gate must be his doing. Snapping out of it, Jiraiya nodded vigorously. All right. Got it, Tsunade. The two flanked Orochimaru, closing in from both sides. Orochimaru's face darkened. Fighting both his former teammates at once left him with slim chances of victory. Formation of 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru's mouth unhinged at an unnatural angle, releasing a torrent of snakes. The writhing mass of serpents, bearing their venomous fangs, surged toward the pair like a tidal wave. Jiraiya leapt in front of Tsunade, shielding her with his body. Needle Jizo. His white hair rapidly extended and hardened into needle-like spikes, forming an impenetrable cocoon around them, a perfect, absolute defense. Hiss! Crack! The snakes, unable to evade in time, collided with the spiky shield and vanished in puffs of smoke. Chapter 194, The Showdown between Orochimaru and Jiraiya. In the tight confines of Jiraiya's needle Jizo technique, his expression was one of concern. Are you alright, Tsunade? Tsunade didn't answer, her face cold as she snapped, you could have used a fire release earlier. Jiraiya scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Heh, you caught that, huh? Just as he was about to make another quip, or hold onto her a little longer, Tsunade brought her knee up sharply, hitting Jiraiya in the gut. Let me out already, idiot! Orochimaru's going to escape. Ah! Right. Breaking into a sweat, Jiraiya quickly dispelled the needle Jizo. His long, spiky white hair returned to its natural state as the surrounding snakes once again surged toward them. Jiraiya focused his chakra, oil forming in his mouth. At the same time, he unleashed a fire release technique. Fire release, Flame bullet. The blazing flames engulfed the remaining snakes, leaving nothing but charred remnants in their wake. But just as Tsunade had predicted, Orochimaru had already gained some distance. He formed hand seals with precision, summoning 2 massive snakes with a command. Fierce serpent stride. The air grew heavy with the scent of snakes as the enormous creatures slithered toward their prey. Their smooth, glistening scales reflected the light ominously as their unblinking eyes locked onto their target. Humph. Tsunade scoffed, ignoring the approaching serpents as she charged after Orochimaru. She knew she didn't need to look back, the man behind her would handle everything in her path. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. With a single low chant, Jiraiya turned the ground beneath the snakes into a vast, viscous swamp. The creatures thrashed and writhed but were soon swallowed by the muddy depths. Meanwhile, Orochimaru scaled the hospital walls, leaping up to the 2nd floor. But just as he landed, a sudden gust of wind struck from behind. Ha! Orochimaru turned, his pupils narrowing in shock as he barely dodged Tsunade's incoming kick. Her leg, raised high, sliced through the air with devastating power. Serpent-like in his movements, Orochimaru shifted his body unnaturally, avoiding her attack by a hair's breadth. Tsunade pivoted midair, her foot slamming into the wall to regain momentum as she launched herself at Orochimaru again. Jiraiya, having dealt with the giant snakes, arrived swiftly. He clapped his hands together, his white hair suddenly extending like iron chains. Ninja art, Wild Lion's main jutsu. The strands of hair shot toward Orochimaru, coiling and whipping like serpents of their own. Faced with the relentless attacks from both sides, Orochimaru had no choice but to abandon his climb and leap down to the ground below. Tsunade landed right after, her chest heaving slightly from the exertion. "Give it up, Orochimaru," she commanded sharply. Jiraiya approached calmly, blocking Orochimaru's escape. "You heard her, Orochimaru. You're no match for the 2 of us. If you keep this up, we won't hold back anymore." Orochimaru's expression darkened, his mind racing. Surrender? Not a chance. He sneered inwardly. After all the planning I've done, there's no way I'm giving up because of these 2. Jiraiya sighed deeply. So this is how it has to be. Both he and Orochimaru bit their thumbs, quickly weaving hand seals before slamming their hands to the ground. Summoning jutsu. 2 colossal creatures appeared, their sheer size shaking the earth and filling the hospital courtyard. On one side stood Gamabunta, a massive toad wearing a blue coat and puffing on his pipe. His orange and white body exuded a sense of grizzled authority. On the other side was Manda, a terrifying serpent with 4 horns and dark purple scales lined with black patterns. Gamabunta took a long drag from his pipe, exhaling slowly as he surveyed the scene. "Jiraiya, what's this? A class reunion?" Jiraiya rubbed the back of his head, visibly annoyed. "Can you not crack jokes the moment you show up?" Meanwhile, Orochimaru was speaking to Manda. "Manda, I'll need you to hold off those 2 for a while. I'll make sure you're well compensated, 100 live sacrifices as your feast." Manda's tongue flicked out, his yellow eyes glinting with satisfaction. "Fine, but I want 1,000 sacrifices this time." 1,000? Orochimaru's face twisted in frustration. He gritted his teeth but didn't argue, leaping toward the hospital instead. Tsunade was about to summon Katsuyu when Jiraiya stopped her. "Tsunade, go after Orochimaru. Leave this to me and Gamabunta. We're still in the village, so let's keep the destruction to a minimum." Tsunade nodded, sprinting past Manda and Gamabunta in pursuit of Orochimaru. Gamabunta blew a smoke ring directly into Manda's face. "So, it's you, huh? My opponent for today." Manda hissed, coiling his massive body. "Filthy toad! I'll devour you whole." Gamabunta rested one hand on his pipe, the other on the hilt of his short sword, his eyes narrowing. "Perfect. I've been needing a new snakeskin wallet." Manda coiled his body tightly, seething with rage. "You arrogant toad! I'll devour you whole." With that, the two titans clashed, each strike shaking the earth beneath them. Their battle was so intense that the shockwaves rivaled those from the Sannin's own skirmish. From afar, the villagers and ninja alike wondered in confusion. What on earth is happening today? At the village gates, Kakashi stared at the water-based technique unleashed by Tobirama, his mind filled with equal parts awe and envy. But wait! Where was the second Hokage? Water release, surfing strike. Tobirama emerged silently from the water behind Kakashi, a katana poised to strike. Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi disappeared in a flash, leading Tobirama to strike empty air. Moments later, Kakashi reappeared beside Minato, his expression grave. Minato-sensei, do you have any strategies? Minato smiled bitterly. We're up against those two legends. I'm afraid there's no simple solution. Sarutobi Hiruzen clapped his hands together, summoning Enma, the Monkey King. Our only chance is to suppress them with overwhelming force and seal their souls. Fortunately, their powers are far from what they once were. Otherwise, Konoha would be doomed. Kakashi's eyes widened. Far from what they once were? Does that mean this isn't their full strength? Hiruzen shot him a sidelong glance. What did you think? Those two ruled an entire era. Kakashi muttered under his breath, I always thought you were the strongest Hokage. Hiruzen. That, he had no response for. Chapter 195, Konoha's Grand Operation. It wasn't just Kakashi who looked puzzled, Minato's expression was equally strange. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt utterly drained. The claim that he was the strongest Hokage puzzled him endlessly. Just think about it. The first Hokage could single-handedly subdue the Nine Tails, and the second Hokage wielded forbidden jutsu like casual attacks. How could the title of strongest Hokage possibly fall to him? Yet, somehow, it did. At first, Hiruzen had been a little uneasy about it, but over time, he came to accept it. After all, the two great predecessors had passed on, and there was no need to clarify something so trivial. Besides, Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo certainly weren't going to dispute it. So, why not indulge in a bit of harmless vanity? But today, who on earth had the audacity to summon those two? This wasn't just a slap in the face, it was a direct attack on his reputation. Hiruzen had always valued his honor. The mere thought of what would happen to his reputation after this battle made a murderous glint flash in his eyes. To desecrate the souls of these two great predecessors, I swear I'll make the culprit pay with their life. Hiruzen growled through clenched teeth. Minato nodded in agreement. Defiling the dead is an unforgivable crime. After we send the two of them back, we must investigate this matter thoroughly. After exchanging a few words, the three launched their offensive once more. Hiruzen charged forward, calling out to the Sarutobi clan's summoning beast beside him. Old friend, I'm counting on you. Enma sprang into action, leaping toward Hiruzen. I understand, Hiruzen. Catch me. Enma wasn't looking for a warm embrace. Instead, midair, he transformed into the adamantine staff. Hiruzen caught the staff with a firm grip. With a quick motion, the staff extended to over 10 meters in length, striking Tobirama with immense force. Fortunately for Tobirama, Orochimaru's control suppressed his awareness. Otherwise, seeing his student attack him so brazenly with a staff might have sent him into a rage. In midair, Tobirama formed seals and released a high-pressure stream of water from his mouth. Water-style, water-severing wave. The water blade cut through the air like a razor. Hiruzen's expression shifted, and he swiftly used a substitution jutsu to evade. As Tobirama adjusted his posture midair, he infused chakra into a kunai, coating it with a shimmering blue blade. He descended rapidly, kunai in hand, and slashed toward his former student. Water-style, water blade slash. Facing this fierce attack, Hiruzen retreated quickly, throwing the adamantine staff as he formed seals. Adamantine prison wall. The staff split into dozens of pieces, forming a cubic prison that trapped Tobirama inside. Ha! Hiruzen exhaled in relief. Reader, seriously, Hiruzen? A prison? You're practically begging to get countered. And sure enough, Tobirama raised his hands and slammed them onto the ground. Water release, water dragon biting explosion. Torrential water spiraled upward, the sheer pressure shattering the adamantine prison. Meanwhile, kunai inscribed with flying thunder god technique markings flew in all directions. 2 streaks of light, 1 gold, 1 silver, flashed around Hashirama. In an instant, Kakashi appeared behind the first Hokage, purple lightning crackling in his hand. Lightning style, purple lightning. The burst of electricity surged toward Hashirama. Hashirama didn't even flinch. Wood style, shield. A massive wooden shield, carved with a demonic face, rose to block the attack entirely. At that moment, Minato made his move. Spiral Flash Super Round Dance Howl, Stage 2. Minato fused with the yellow light of a flash bomb. In a blur, he appeared before Hashirama, Rasengan in hand, aiming to strike. Hashirama clasped his hands together, infusing chakra into the ground to activate an instant wood-style jutsu. Wood style. Countless massive wooden hands erupted from the ground, enveloping Hashirama and launching indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding area. Minato immediately abandoned his assault, teleporting out of range. Kakashi, too, retreated, exchanging a wry smile with Minato. Despite their efforts, their attacks had yielded no significant results. As they regrouped, a red-haired woman descended dramatically from above. "Honey, I'm here to help." Minato's lips curled into a small smile. "Kushina, I didn't expect you to arrive first. Be careful out there." Kushina nodded with determination. "Don't worry about me." Turning to face their opponents, her expression grew serious. "Wait. Honey, are those?" Minato nodded, resigned. "Yes. It's the first and second Hokage." While Minato and Kakashi resumed their attack on Hashirama, Kushina pouted slightly, muttering under her breath. "This is going to be tricky." The first Hokage. She focused inward, addressing the giant fox within her. "Hey, Kurama. I need your help." The Ninetales opened one lazy eye, only to flinch in shock at the sight of their opponent. It was him. Kurama shook his head furiously. "Girl, you're on your own. Good luck." Kushina rolled her eyes. Cowardly fox. Always acting invincible until it really mattered. But as she observed the battlefield, a plan formed in her mind. Kurama, he doesn't seem to be in full control or at his peak strength. Don't you want to take this chance to give him a good thrashing? Kurama hesitated but soon realized she was right. Hashirama wasn't at full power. With renewed resolve, Kurama bellowed. "Fine! Borrow my power and crush him." Kushina grinned. "That's the spirit." Moments later, golden chakra engulfed her, adorned with intricate black markings and Magatama patterns. In her Ninetales chakra mode, Kushina sprouted 4 chakra arms and swiftly formed a small-tailed beast ball. As she joined the fray, the battlefield erupted in chaos. "Girl! Smash him with the tailed beast ball. We've got chakra for days, don't hold back." Hashirama turned toward Kushina, his expression vacant yet filled with instinctive menace. With a clap of his hands, he summoned a wood dragon. Wood style, wood dragon jutsu. The colossal dragon roared as it charged toward Kushina. Kurama yelped in alarm. "Watch out!" That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 10. Peace.